All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Have a roll call, please.
It's ready.
They're not supposed to be two different things. You ready?
Yes.
Commissioner Carmen,
Present.
Whitehouse,
Here.
McCaffrey,
Here.
Moyer,
Here.
Chalet,
Here.
Knack,
Here.
Sarter.
Here. Any additions or deletions from the agenda tonight?
None from town staff.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Anyone here to speak on something other than Connell? This would be the time for you to have the podium. Yeah, I didn't think so. Can we get a motion to approve the minutes from the May meeting?
I move to approve the minutes from the May 1st, 2023 meeting.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Carmen,
Yes.
Whitehouse,
Yes.
McCaffrey,
Yes.
Moyer,
Yes.
Chalet,
Yes.
Knack,
Yes.
Sarter.
Yes. Old business. This is what everybody's here for tonight. We're gonna hear a couple of presentations tonight. We've got a presentation from staff. We have a presentation from Connell. We also have a presentation from Larimer County Health. There's going to be a lot of information here. It's going to go kind of a long time. After all the presentations and after the board gets a chance to ask some follow-up questions, we're going to build in a recess and just give everybody a break at that point. So just a heads up, there will be a built-in recess after the presentations. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I know everybody's going to be anxious to speak after these presentations are over. I just want to ask, please allow the presenters their time at the podium. Keep the side noise down, keep the side conversations down. The faster we can get through the presentations, the faster you'll be able to come up here and make your comments, and we can get to the meat of the matter here tonight. So that said, Mr. Byrd, we'll go ahead and start with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. I also wanted to do a couple of housekeeping items. Can everyone in the very back hear through the sound system? Is there a way to crank up the volume for the back? Are you hearing anything coming through the speakers in the back of the room? And just maybe quiet. We're gonna see if we can address that. If we're gonna do the best we can. A couple of other housekeeping items. In the past, and I've been through a lot of public hearings, sometimes it's there's emotions in the room and people want to applaud and clap and cheer, and that really does disrupt the meeting. I'll just remind everyone, we are recording the meeting. It's streamed live. Background noise has a extremely detrimental effect on the recordings of our meetings, and it does become the record as well as for people viewing online. So we really do ask you to be respectful so that our recording comes out clean. Lastly, actually my last comment, I think I just covered two in one with one comment. So I think we're good there. Any success in the back of the room with the? Okay, well, then we're gonna do that now.
May I say something before we get started?
Yes, Commissioner Lowry.
I just wanted to go on record saying that I did watch the May 1st meeting in its entirety and listen to all the public comment.
We're gonna allow just a little bit more time for the speakers in the back of the house. Does that help in the back of the room?
Try it out. That help at all in the back?
The monitor? Right. Yeah, we'll adjust that monitor. During the presentations, we can aim that towards the back of the room. When we get into public comments, we may turn that monitor back around just because it has the timer on it for the planning commissioners to see. But during public comment, we wouldn't expect there to be any presentation materials. So hopefully that we'll coordinate that and that makes sense for everyone. Okay, those were the couple of housekeeping items.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate everyone's patience as we got set up. So I'm going to start the presentations off here. My name is Cody Byrd. I'm the town's planning director. I'm going to keep my presentation relatively brief. I have a number of slides that might be more productive near the end of the presentation, so I'll probably split mine into two parts. But I'll start this off with an introduction and some background, and then we'll move on to other presenters. So thanks everyone for being here tonight. As the chairman presented, this is a continuation of a site plan for Connell Resources. The presentation was originally submitted for the March 6th Planning Commission meeting. And subsequently, it was tabled to allow additional time for resources to be gathered, for questions to be answered and represented. And it was tabled to May 1st. At the May 1st meeting, the applicant had requested additional time to finish putting that information together. There were challenges with the consultant's schedule to present the final reports. And so that meeting, or that agenda item, was also tabled to tonight, June 5th. See if we can get the slides to advance. Never know what the right click's going to be here. There we go. So just to kind of help orient everyone, the request for the site plan is for a property. It's about 35 acres in size, and it's located at the north side of town along the BNSF railroad line. The location is shown on the map here. It's about the furthest north that you can be within the town limits and the property is zoned industrial for heavy industrial uses. The site has been zoned industrial, and a hot mix asphalt batch plant is a permitted land use within the industrial zone category. That property was identified by the applicant as a use by right, and therefore pursued that use in coordination with the property owner. That land is under contract for sale. And in navigating the town's processes, the applicant had identified that although the site was industrial zoning and an asphalt batch plant was a use by right, they identified that some of their structures and equipment did not meet the 45-foot height limitation for the industrial zone district. And they requested a variance, which the Board of Adjustments granted on October 27th, 2022. That approval for the variance on the height was for the silos only, no other structures, just the silos, to be a maximum height of 70 feet. And in addition to the height variance, the applicant also requested a variance of the setback from a residential district. The setback from a residential district was a regulation that was added when the land use code was updated in March of 2022. That consideration came out of a lot of public comments in our comprehensive plan and land use code process, with the desire stated to create separation between some of our more intense land uses in town and residential subdivisions and districts. So that was a new regulation that hadn't existed that impacted both the industrial site and the residential site. The Board of Adjustments was presented with that variance request to reduce the 1,000-foot separation from a residential property. The request was to reduce it to 800 feet, which was granted by the Board of Adjustments at the October 27th, 2022 meeting. That the two variances were considered at the same time for the height and for the setback. And when the Board of Adjustments heard and granted those variances, they granted that with conditions of approval. There's the text of some of the information I just shared. The conditions of the Board of Adjustments approval are also listed on this screen. The top three bullets are what I just explained. And the conditions are listed below 1 through 6. The conditions I'll read real quickly, that the site plan must be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. And that's the action that's before the Planning Commission tonight, is the site plan. The conditions were that the height variance was 70 feet for the silos only, I mentioned a moment ago. The Board of Adjustments also required a 15-foot earthen berm with landscaping on the west side of the site. The Board of Adjustments required that additional height for that earth berm and landscaping specifically to provide mitigation between the residential properties to the west and the site operations. The intent there being that if the setback was reduced, there needed to be something required to soften the impacts that would have otherwise been achieved through the setback. So the 15-foot berm and landscaping was a requirement. The requirement was also that there be no signage on the silo. That was something the applicant had offered, and the Board of Adjustment said, yes, that makes a lot of sense. Let's not allow signage. And the Board of Adjustments required both physical signage on roadways and an operator policy to disallow engine braking or jake braking, as it's commonly referred to. Several of the residents nearby had expressed concerns about large trucks and using engine brakes that's disruptive to the neighborhoods. And so that was a requirement. And lastly, the requirement that all applicable county and state permits for operations of an asphalt plant be obtained and maintained. The Board of Adjustments also had conversations about, they didn't make it a requirement, but a recommendation that the applicant consider using non-potable water sources for the landscape irrigation for the site, so as to not put additional strain on the town's water resources. So we included that recommendation here. So to give you kind of a quick recap on where we're at, I mentioned the timeline a moment ago, beginning with the March 6th meeting. At the March 6th, 2023 meeting, this planning commission was presented with a site plan prepared by the applicant in coordination with staff. Staff conducted review of the initial site plan application. We provided review comments back to the applicant with a number of things that were required changes to satisfy town standards. And the applicant went through the process of working with staff to address all the staff comments. Town staff also referred that application to our referral agencies. Our referral agency review process included the railroad, school districts, county health department, county road and bridge, CDOT, utility agencies. All of those referrals went out. We don't get comments back from everyone, but we did get quite a few comments back for this particular site plan. And in working with each of those respective referral agencies, the applicant has addressed the concerns raised by those. Just to headline a few, Larimer County Road and Bridge had identified that they have county road standards that are not just adjacent to the site that where the truck routes go, that required turn lanes. And so the traffic impact study included in your packet was revised and updated to reflect the requirements of Larimer County. We've also included, we got feedback from utilities with electric had some specific requirements and needs that had to be addressed, and those are being addressed through coordination with the applicant. So those are just a couple of headlines, but we did have a pretty broad response from referral agents, and least of which was Leah Schneider from Larimer County Department of Health and Environment. And she is here tonight. She was at the March 6th meeting. She has been a reviewer. She's continued to review, and she has presentation materials that we'll get to in just a moment. Following that, the Planning Commission heard the request. As you know, it was tabled and then a second time. But we did identify through those meetings a number of topics and questions that we have attempted to try to answer. And those items were listed here on this slide, as well as in parentheses. We've included who we think are the parties that are answering those questions for you tonight. So that was just kind of a quick headline on where we've been and kind of what has happened since the March 6th meeting. I also want to take a moment. I know that there's been a lot of conversations in these meetings and a lot of emotions, and we want to, be really cognizant of what we're hearing from all of our residents. And I wanted to help. I thought it might be helpful for the residents to understand too what the Planning Commission's role is in a site plan. And so we pulled a little bit of information. We included some in the packet outlining our site plan review procedures. And I'm just kind of headlining some of those tasks here tonight on this slide. The Planning Commission, just as a reminder, is the final review and decision-making authority for site plans. These are elements from the land use code that identifies procedures, applications, review processes, and decision-making authorities. For a site plan, the Planning Commission is the final review and approval. And in reviewing a site plan, the planning commissioners look at they take consideration for the findings for approval. The findings for approval are identified in the land use code as these are the factors that the planning commission needs to look at in evaluating a site plan review request. And those are the factors that form the basis for the planning commission's either approval with conditions, or denial of a site plan application. And these are the findings for approval, A through F. These are from the land use code. I won't read these word for word. And I don't think that's helpful for everyone in the audience. And this was in the packet, it's in your presentation slides. But this is kind of the findings that the planning commission will look at in making a determination on a site plan. And it might be helpful at some point in the evening to go through these findings kind of one at a time. If that's the desire of the planning commission, I'm certainly happy to help facilitate that upon your request. And at that, I think I'd like to come back to the next couple slides because it gets into kind of the analysis of the findings, and I'm happy to come back to those. But at this point, are there any questions on the procedures, the background, how we've got to where we're at today? We still have other presentations and I want to be respectful of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions quickly.
Anything from the board for Cody? Okay.
Okay.
Goodness.
I'm going to stop sharing and I'll come back to these slides a little bit later on. And Ms. Bureau, if you're ready, we can advance you to panelist for the applicant's presentation slides. While the applicant is getting the presentations up here and coming up to the podium, I also want to, now that we've refreshed on where we're at, where the project site is and generally the request, the applicant's going to get into more information on the specifics of their request. But before we do, I'd like to also take a moment to, for the planning commissioners to disclose any conflicts of interest or any ex parte communications. Conflicts of interest are a little bit different. If anyone has a conflict, you can state that now. Ex parte communications is the other piece of that. Ex parte communications are things that happen outside of this meeting that is information that this commission might find useful so that everyone has the same information. So if anyone has any conflicts or ex parte communications, this would be the appropriate time to disclose.
You won't be surprised to have any useful information for the board, but I was at a town event where this came up as a topic of discussion at the table that I was at. I removed myself from the table and later went to the individual and just suggested they come to the public meeting to express their thoughts.
I would like to disclose to the board that I serve currently as an alternate on the Board of Adjustments. Also served actively on the Board of Adjustments last year when this came before the Board of Adjustments.
Thank you. Any others?
Not sure if this is ex parte or just additional information, but I've actively participated with Commissioner Kafalis with his Wellington Community Conversations, where the landfill has come up, including the truck route for that, which informs some of what we're looking at in terms of traffic impact study for a number of expected trucks per day, which is somewhere in the range of 250 trucks. And that information was all,
No.
Hold on.
Yeah, this is the board's time.
and that information was also shared with me unsolicited from another county commissioner. So I just wanted to let you know that those two things were told to me.
Point of information,
Mhm.
that number you cited about truck trips, is that referring to the landfill?
Yes, at I-25 and Owl Canyon, not all the way directly to the site, but just concerning the intersection of I-25 and Owl Canyon, not the adjacent streets to the site.
I don't believe that information has any bearing on anything we'll be discussing tonight, so it can't have any bearing on what we are discussing tonight with a site plan review. So Mr. Byrd, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that's any ex parte information that the rest of us couldn't have obtained or that's pertinent to the discussion.
I think it's, as I understood it, the numbers that Mr. Lay was referring to were from the traffic impact study from the Larimer County landfill
Phil.
north of County Road 70. Okay.
Correct. And it was shared with me in this, and I'm just letting you know what was said to me, just to be thorough, not saying just in terms of traffic impact at I-25 and Owl Canyon. The landfill trucks are not coming through town, nor is the applicant proposing that. But in terms of the traffic impact study, it was shared with me, and I thought I should make sure that everyone was aware. That's all.
So to answer the question, Chairman, I think that the comment was made in the context of perhaps both the proposed landfill site and the applicant site. Both truck routing plans would be utilizing the same intersection at I-25 and Owl Canyon. Is that a good summary? Okay.
Fair enough. Anybody else?
No.
If there's nothing else here, Mr. Byrd, if you'd like to go ahead and reintroduce speaker.
Yeah, Carolyn White representing Connell Resources as the applicant and the agent. And I will let you do your own background introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, city staff, town staff, members of the public. My name is Carolyn White and I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I'm pleased to be here with you tonight to present the site plan for the proposed asphalt plant in the town of Wellington. Oh, I get to drive my own slides. Okay. Oh, that's the pointer. I'll get the hang of this here. Oh. Okay, there's a delay. Let me start first by introducing the team and introducing Connell to you. I've introduced myself already. With us here this evening, I have Sherry Welch and John Warren representing Connell Resources. I have Jill Burrell and Dan Egger, engineers with Ditesco, and many of the documents and information that's in your packet was prepared by them, and they'll be available to answer your questions this evening. Also with us, we have Tom Peterson with the Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association to answer general questions about asphalt paving in the industry in general. We also have Stephen Zemba, PhD, PE, who performed a health risk assessment that is also in your packet, and he's going to be part of our presentation to address your questions related to the health risk, and then myself. Just a little bit of background about Connell. It's on the screen, and we also printed some copies, recognizing that some of you might not be able to see the screen easily. I won't read all the information on this slide, but a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. This company has been serving the northern Colorado community for more than 77 years. This family has successfully operated a plant very similar to the one that is being proposed here, just a little bit south down I-25 in Timnath for the last 20 years, and has operated 2 other plants on sites west of I-25 for 10 years prior to that. So we're talking about an organization that is local to northern Colorado and an organization that has a tremendous amount of experience in this industry doing exactly what they're proposing to do here in the town of Wellington. I also want to mention that there are 265 full-time employees associated with Connell Resources and this asphalt plant. And those are folks who, many of whom already live in the town of Wellington and who will be potentially having shortened commute times once this is approved. And a little technology problem. What's that?
There's a delay.
There is a delay. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Yeah. So a little background on sort of why we're here. Why are we doing this? Their existing proposed asphalt mixing plant is being relocated from its current location down at I-25 near Costco in Timnath. The proposed site, 3548 East County Road 66, that's where it wants to be. This proposed site has been zoned, as was mentioned by Mr. Byrd, industrial and manufacturing heavy in the town of Wellington since at least 2000, and has retained this zoning designation through multiple iterations of the town comprehensive plan in 2021 and the zoning map and land use code update subsequent to that in 2022, meaning that you recently considered the question of exactly what are the right uses for this location, and you kept it industrial heavy, just like it has been for the last 20 years. And asphalt mixing plant, that use type, that use category is, as was mentioned, an allowed use by right within this zone district. This is just an excerpt from the town's zoning map and an excerpt from the town's zoning code that specifically references the things I just quoted. The zone district, the allowed uses, and where this location is in the purple there, that 2000. Before I get into the details of the site plan, I just want to mention a couple of things based on sort of where this project has been and to get to where we are today. What is before you tonight is a site plan approval. And the question is, does the site plan as presented meet the criteria in the code that Mr. Byrd summarized for you? I'm going to summarize for you. We're going to talk about those criteria probably a lot. But the question before you is not, what is the right zoning for this property? That's already been decided. The question is not, is an asphalt plant an appropriate use for this location? That has already been decided. Nor is the question, what should the setbacks be? That has already been decided by the Board of Adjustment, as was referenced by Mr. Byrd and one member of the Board of Adjustment who was actually there when that was determined. All those things are in the rearview mirror. They have already been decided. What we're here to talk about tonight is the site plan. Does the site plan conform to the criteria in the town code? And we have a presentation for you that explains all the reasons why it does in fact conform to those criteria. I also want to mention that because there was a tremendous amount of detail presented with this application, especially relative to other types of applications, and there are also a lot of questions that were presented, knowing that we might not have time to go through it all in excruciating detail in this evening's hearing, we wrote down for you in an FAQ document, frequently asked questions document, all of the big questions that were expressed at the March meeting and the answers to those questions, and attached to that document the relevant excerpt from the voluminous record that has the technical data that answers that question. And hopefully you will all have that at your fingertips in your packet. It's about a 200-page document. I'm not going to read it to you tonight, much as I would like to, but I hope that you have it as a reference material. Overall, what this site plan does is it provides thoughtful development that adheres to the 6 conditions of approval imposed by the Board of Adjustment. I won't repeat those because again, Cody Byrd just summarized those for you, but I do want to highlight one of them, and that is compliance with all applicable county and state permits for operation of an asphalt plant. And the reason I'm highlighting that particular condition of approval is that a lot of the questions that arose had to do with health, safety, and welfare, all of which are issues that are regulated heavily for asphalt plants at both the state and local level. And we have included for you in our presentation tonight and in the packet a great deal of information about all of those other permits that are required and have been obtained, what the standards are, and how we meet them. So I want to make it very, very clear that all of those permits standards are met. And in fact, we've gone above and beyond and have secured another 4 or 5 reports beyond those which are normally required for this type of application to put in your packet and to present to you tonight to try to answer some of the questions that have been raised. This is a restatement of the site plan criteria that this application should be judged against. So in the course of tonight's hearing, we're going to demonstrate that each of these criteria are met. And one of the reasons we gave you this as a printout is so you could like make notes on this page as we talk about each of the facts that relate to each of these criteria if you wanted to. This isn't the complete criterion because they're too long. I just kind of summarized them on this slide. Again, I won't repeat all of them, but one of them are the last one, applicable development standards have been adequately addressed. The development standards is basically the entirety of Chapter 5 of your code. We will not be repeating every single one of those development standards tonight, maybe just highlighting some of the key ones. And I noticed that in the staff report, they also highlighted most of the key ones. Again, I don't want to repeat the conditions of approval since Cody already explained those to you. I do just want to reiterate the variances that were granted by the Board of Adjustment. Change in the setback from 1,000 feet as otherwise required to the code to 800 feet. That has already been decided. And a change in the height that can be allowed on the property only for the silos. And this graphic illustrates what that's going to look like. As you can see, the normal maximum height in the industrial zone district is 45 feet. The top of the silo is about 55 feet. And what really gets you up to 70 feet is what's called the emission recovery system, which I've recently had occasion to learn a little bit more about. And that is the means by which the emissions are recovered.
Keep the comments down, please. We've already asked you to be respectful during presentations. I
And-
apologize, Ms. White. Please continue.
That's right. One of the questions that arose was what exactly is going to be happening on this site? And so now I'd like to turn it over to John Warren, who's going to show you this drone video of the existing asphalt plant and then walk you through each of the issues that has been raised and how Connell Resources is responding to them and answer some of those questions that we think you and others might have.
Now, this will be the test of the audio visual system here. To see if we can pause this and. All right, go for it, Jill. So this is, yeah, just a quick drone video of our existing plant in operation from about 6 weeks ago. And we did this in the morning and we did it on purpose so that the sun is actually on the east and behind what we have going here. If you'll pause it right here, Jill. I'd appreciate it. It'll hold. So what you're seeing there is there's been comments that say we have 70-foot smokestacks. That is inaccurate. As we've shown, the silos are the only thing that are 70 feet. What you have, and it's difficult to see here, but right there is our dryer stack, which comes off of what's called the bag house. And that is basically our large filter. And you can see with the sun in the background, you can see steam coming out of that. But what you can't see is between the dryer stack and the steam, there's a gap, right? And so what that shows you, there's no particulate matter in that emission. So what we're looking at is 99% steam coming out of that stack, and that's from the drying of the aggregate. So on the right side are the feeder bins that feed the aggregate to the plant. And as those come in, they're at about 3% moisture. And so we have to heat that aggregate and dry it in order to get the asphalt cement to adhere to it. The asphalt plant process is pretty simple. It's really just mixing two raw materials. It's aggregate and asphalt cement. They're both brought in, or in this case, we mine the aggregate on site, and in Wellington, it'll be brought in on trucks, just like our asphalt cement will be brought in. It's two raw materials combined, and that's what, as we go through, if you can. It's a little slow. But again, the conveyors take the asphalt into what's the drying drum, which is where it's actually heated. And we'll pan down and have a little better look of this. I wish I could kind of point to things. I can pause it there, Jill, if you don't mind. But if you look now, you don't see any emissions coming out of that dryer stack, right? There's no sun behind it. Again, just being steam, it literally disappears at this point. Now the process is to help understand. So this is what's called a counterflow drum. It means the aggregates come in on the top of the drum and it goes through to the burner and then literally drops out of that drum into a secondary drum, a counterflow drum. So there's two kind of concentric tubes within. So as the aggregate's dried, then it drops out at the end, and that's where the asphalt cement and the recycled asphalt is mixed together so that you don't get any contact from the burner with the asphalt cement or the recycled asphalt. It's very intentional. And then that drum spins it, mixes it together, coats the aggregate with the oil. It's the or kind of diagonal piece there is what we call a slat conveyor. It's then drops into that slat conveyor and is hoisted up and put into the silos. Again, it's a very simple process, but we had comments that, hey, we'd like to have a tour. We'd like to see what this really looks like. This is the best I could do in this circumstance. So as we play forward, but again, there are no 70-foot smokestacks. It's a dryer stack at the end of a bag house. And again, 99.9% of it is coming from the heating of the aggregates from the natural gas we burn to do that. And that's really about it. And the site will look very similar to that. There'll be some updated equipment, but in essence, that's what the plant will look like. I guess I can drive the rest of this. So the additional information and investigations and studies, we took all the comments we heard from March 6th. We've taken comments that we've read from the public. We've taken comments from the May 1st, and really tried to put together a comprehensive answer to those questions, to really alleviate those concerns and really show what we're doing here through studies, through independent studies, and all of this being voluntary. It's not required as part of what the site plan review, but we wanted to make sure that we answered as many questions as possible. And again, in your board packet, there's a lot of detail, 1,100 pages, I think it was. But we painstakingly went through each and every one of these to try to come up and have real answers, scientific answers, and the data that you guys were asking for from March 6th. How to do this right. So just to reiterate a little bit on the site location, we have spent a lot of time meeting with adjacent property owners. And we've gotten the support of all of the adjacent property owners from the west, from the south, the Waldos to the east and to the north. And we made a commitment to all those folks to be good neighbors, to work with them. There are no development plans in the future for any of those properties, at least that we were made aware of. But in the future, our intent is to work with those folks. And if you look on the setback, we purposely put the plant as far to the northeast as possible. And from an existing residential zone district, we are 2,800 feet. Now, from a future one, will it ever be built? We don't know. Will it stay zoned residential? We don't know. It may become commercial. It may become a transitional zone. Again, not our decision, not our property, but at the current time, we're over 2,600 feet to the built residential zone district. Next, won't spend a lot of time on landscaping, but it has been purposeful. It has been thought through. Again, 15-foot berms as required by the Board of Adjustments to the west, and then 10-foot layered berms throughout the site in order to mitigate site impacts as well as where we place buildings. So again, a thoughtful process to try to make the property as less visually impactful as possible. Traffic planning and impacts, again, another question that's come up a lot. First of all, the graphic to the right is actually from the comprehensive plan. It shows County Road 7 as your gateway corridor, your community corridor, and it has Owl Canyon in red as the freight corridor. So we paid attention to that in planning our truck traffic and our traffic routes in and out of the site. Through that planning, we are doing a number of roadway infrastructure improvements, paving County Road 66 from the property line all the way to County Road 7, improving the railroad crossing at County Road 66, and that's in combination with BNSF and Larimer County. Adding a northbound right-hand turn onto County Road 7, or from County Road 7 to Owl Canyon. And then all the pavement widths, again, from Larimer County's request is that they include bike lanes. So mobility, again, it's not going to go anywhere to the west at this point in time, but will allow some mobility on bikes and safe crossing. So to reiterate our traffic patterns, I know it's in your packet. We've been through a number, but all incoming and outgoing truck traffic will be routed to County Road 66, north on County Road 7, to Owl Canyon for access to I-25. Now, the only thing that would be is if we have local deliveries, right? And then we'd have to see, like, again, Connell Resources is doing the Wellington overlay program this year. If this were 3 years from now, we wouldn't go up to 66 or to 7 to Owl Canyon and back around to get into town to pave the streets here. We would use local streets, probably work with the streets department and figure out what is the appropriate haul pattern there. So that would be the only caveat, is local deliveries for projects that are here. So, but I want to reiterate, no traffic through town, all going north, all going to Owl Canyon and dispersed from there. Well, second thing on the transportation of materials, again, a question that came up the last time is what is asphalt cement? Asphalt cement is a refined product. It comes in a tanker load, but it is a non-hazardous material. The placards on the tank, the left-hand picture is one of a truck actually being unloaded at our facility. You can see the emissions capture system above our silos above it. And the only placard on there is hot. And that means elevated temperature. Okay, so it comes in at above 250 degrees, which is what that hot placard means. If you look to the right, it doesn't say poisonous, it doesn't say toxic, it doesn't say toxic gas, it doesn't say explosive, it doesn't say flammable. None of those are required under US DOT classifications and division placards. It's simply hot material. It cools down, it turns into a rock, a black rock. I mean, it's all that it is. One that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, but we did do a voluntary wildlife impact study. We had a consultant from Fort Collins look into the property and came up with potential habitat for threatened and endangered species not present on or near the project area. And based on the limited habitat value near the project site, no wildlife mitigation strategies are warranted. So it was very simple. This one was pretty quick. It's only a 35-acre site that really doesn't have much to it. Getting on to some of the bigger concerns, was the noise and making sure that we were within Larimer County standards for noise assessments. So we conducted 2 voluntary noise assessments, one of our existing facility to see what was our loudest point and how did that noise disperse throughout our existing facility. And then we did a second noise assessment of the existing site just to get a baseline of what's out there. So that assessment doesn't have a lot to it. But as you can see here, the noise ordinance has maximum sound levels at the receiving property line of 55 decibels. And then below it, again, things that we've committed to through neighbors and through the no Jake breaks, of installing white noise backup alarms on the equipment that we use at the facility, again, to help with the neighbors. Even though it's not loud, they still can be annoying. But to get to the studies a little bit more, here's just a graphic from one of our existing facilities. So the loudest piece of our facility is our generator. Again, we run 2 550 kilowatt generators to run this asphalt plant. It's 83 decibels at the source. So that's 1 foot away. You can see going to the west at I-25, it actually gets louder. I-25 is in many places is louder than our asphalt plant, which is kind of surprising to me. But if you go north and east away from the interstate, we dissipate sound at about 600 feet where we're underneath that 55 decibel. The other thing to understand with 55 decibels, that's like a normal conversation or your refrigerator running in your kitchen. That's how quiet that is. So within, again, the chart to the right actually shows the dissipation of sound. From a pure mass standpoint, it gets there at about 200 feet, but what we found in the study was about 600 feet with some of the other background noises around. We were below that 55 decibel, which puts us well within the noise ordinance for Larimer County for where the plant will be sitting. And we get into permitting, and we'll spend quite a bit on permitting, and I believe that Larimer County's, or Leah's going to speak to this as well. A couple things from this chart. It's hard to read, but it's in your packet, so I hope you've looked at it. But these are the 7 existing permits that we have with our asphalt plant, which is through the Division of Air Quality, the Division of Water Quality, and then also the Oil and Public Safety Commission from CDPHE, which monitors storage of our fuel tanks, and our SPCC plan, which is spill prevention, containment, and countermeasures. At Wellington, we anticipate having a minimum of 4 of these permits, at least 2 air permits, 1 specifically for the plant, 1 for the all the operations around the plant. We will have an industrial stormwater permit where we have to monitor, test at least every 2 weeks in every storm event. So all the water that's going into our detention ponds will be tested before it leaves or as it leaves. And then obviously spill containment for any fuel storage that we have, and that's for diesel fuel for the trucks and those type of things. And then any more that come along with that. The 2 right-hand columns actually talk about our inspection frequencies and our testing frequencies. When it comes to our air permits, we are actually testing, monitoring daily. That's part, we have to submit an operation and maintenance plan to CDPHE and they have to approve that. Through our existing permit, we monitor and test and track everything we do every day, and they can have access to it whenever they'd like. The last piece, and I want to put special emphasis on this, is the excuse me, the fine range or enforcement range. Excuse me again. On these permits, we're talking a minimum of $15,000 per day per violation if we violate air quality standards. And they go up to $54,000 per day per occurrence. So they're not minor fines. They're not minuscule. They're significant when you violate air quality standards. I've got to do a little bit of just reaction to what we've gotten from public comment, from what we've seen from letters from the public. We have one compliance, what CDPHE calls a compliance advisory in our 30 years. We got one in 2001. We were doing a self-performed test on our stack test. We had a mechanical issue at the beginning of that test, had to shut it down. We self-reported it that day to CDPHE. They came back about a month later and said, by the way, if you shut down a test, that means you automatically fail that test. We didn't know that. We didn't understand that. We thought we had to fix it, reschedule it, move on. That's not the case. So they sent us a letter on July 27th. We responded to that saying that we disagreed with it August 2nd. They granted us the additional time to retest. This is also the time we changed our fuel source from what was called waste oil before to a much cleaner natural gas that had been planned for that winter. We decided to expedite it to help with this. That test retook October 21st of 2021 and passed. It was a year less one day later that we got a compliance advisory from them. So it almost looks like the same day, but it's 22 versus 21. On November 8th, we again contested that letter and had a conference with them in regard to that. And on December 5th of 2022, we got a settlement agreement from CDPHE. We didn't write it. They wrote it. We did pay a $7,000 fine. And going back, I wish I wouldn't have now. But we did it. Didn't feel like it was worth fighting anymore. But the key language that they put into this settlement, not us, was that entering into this settlement shall not constitute an admission of violation of air quality laws or alleged facts related thereto. You can laugh, but it's true. And any third party shall not infer the admission of in any administrative or judicial proceeding. So a lot of the things from this finding have been taken out of context. And we've been blasted on Facebook. Our integrity has been questioned through this. And so I felt like it needed to be answered. I would be happy to answer any more questions regarding this. But anyway, just wanted to clear the air a little bit. With that, I'm going to turn over to Jill for one slide to talk about stormwater and drainage because that's her expertise.
So at the last proceeding, there were quite a few questions on stormwater and water quality. And so we wanted to address what's going into this plan and how that's being addressed. So for any development project, it is required that stormwater detention and treatment are handled per the Town of Wellington development standards. So that meets all land use code and treatment. And so what that means is that that property can't have a discharge of stormwater that is greater than what is currently being operated on that site. So we're matching the historic flow is what that's called. So what that means is as we develop the site and we start to change the pervious versus impervious area. So if we pave a road that becomes impervious area, we have to offset that by building a detention pond that can capture the additional volume of water that would have previously percolated into the ground. And so with that, that's that second bullet there. We're detaining the 100-year storm event on the site. And we're releasing that at a standard rate at about a 10-year event. And so that's matching that historic flow rate that would have previously exited the site. So there's no change in stormwater conditions. We do that through a detention pond and then the construction of an outlet structure. And so that's one cross-section view of the plan of that cross-section of that outlet structure. And part of what that is it includes a water quality control volume wall so that it allows settlement of solids. So that was another question that was asked previously. So it's actually preventing offsite debris or solids from leaving the site. It also includes a trash rack. So if there was any debris that happened to be in the site, that would keep the debris from leaving the site as well. And this particular one, because it's outletting to a North Poudre irrigation canal, it actually has a slide gate. So that gate is actually detaining all water on the site, and it will require manual operation in order to open it and relieve stormwater from the site. So that's something that we would have to do as part of that. So Connell will do that during a storm event. We have had frequent coordination with North Poudre Irrigation Company and have talked through what this looks like for their impact and have their general consensus on this, that we'll be working through the details of what the actual design entails through the engineering administrative process with them. And the one final thing that after this is all constructed and built, Connell is required to own and maintain their site to a stormwater discharge permit through CDPHE. So that's another one of those regulatory permits that's required.
Additional water issues, again, it came up at the March 6th meeting, was a request, about groundwater monitoring and the concern of contaminated groundwater. Our facility is very unlikely to ever have any impact to groundwater. Groundwater at this site is 15 foot below grade. It's generally a fairly stiff clay. However, we're happy to do it. So we put together a groundwater monitoring plan. To do that, we'll drill 2 wells on the site, probably on the south side, as that's kind of the gradient of the site. Those wells will be registered with the state engineer's office, and the records for that monitoring will be kept and available to the town of Wellington or whomever else would like to see it. So again, a voluntary plan, simply from the comments and reactions from 3 months ago. And again, we're happy to do it. Odor mitigation, this is something we talked about at the last hearing, and the slide is the same. We really feel like we don't have an issue with odor. Again, the primary fuel source being compressed natural gas puts off very little odor, if any. It's clean burning. Again, our last inspection, the CDPHE field inspector said no odor complaints have been received by the department at the site, and no odor is noted at the time of inspection. So lastly, we have 3 employees that are trained. I should have brought a picture of this because it's pretty entertaining to see, but it's called a, what's it called? It's a nasal ranger. Yes. And you actually put it to your nose, and it's this big horn that actually takes in and tells you if you have odors at your site. So if anybody wants to get trained on that, you can too. But we have 3 individuals that'll do that. We'll be able to react to anybody if there are a complaint or an issue or a question, and work through that. But I said it has not been an issue for us ever in the past. Continuing on air studies, question of what is a major versus a minor source, and maybe Lee will address this some. The chart to your right is out of a Colorado article from a few years ago of those are the 5 largest emitters in Larimer County: CSU, Anheuser-Busch, Larimer County Landfill, Broadcom, and Rawhide. You can see from their CO2 emissions on the right, the numbers that they produce. For us, to be a minor source, we have to be under 100 ton a year of a, got to get my constituent, anyway, for CO for us, which is CO, we have to be under 100 tons a year to be considered a minor source. Our permit limit is 19.5. Our production from 2022 was 10.53. So just trying to give perspective on what a major emitter is and how small an asphalt plant really is. Again, EPA and CDPHE both recognize asphalt plants as minor source emitters. And then just another side note, there's already 5, at least 5, I counted 5 quickly, of air permits in Wellington already. And those are fuel stations, commercial light industrials, and they have active permits that allow releases of VOCs, benzene, hexane, toluene, and ethyl benzene. And many of them are greater than what we're allowed through our permit. So We certainly won't be the first. They are active. And if you go look, most of them are much closer to residential areas. So from our voluntary air quality studies, again, trying to react to and do our best to show what our true impact is. We voluntarily completed air dispersion models from a consulting group known as the ANTIA group. And then we asked a second consultant to come and actually take that data from ANTIA and look at it and do a health risk assessment and evaluation. And so both of those have been completed. They're part of your packet. Sanborn Head and Steve Zemba, who is here tonight, is the one who completed the health risk assessment and will speak. But what the results of the study indicate is we'll be compliant with all local, state, and federal air quality standards. Our mixing plant will have minimal impact to air quality, local air quality, and will have de minimis effect on the public health. And de minimis means trivial, almost nothing. So with that, I pulled one slide from the air modeling report that we did. So the normal air dispersion models take your highest concentration and map where that concentration falls as it comes out of your emission source. We actually asked them to go a step further. We heard the comments about the Wellington Community Park and Eystone Elementary being close. So we actually asked the consultants to map and show what the concentration levels would be at those two places. And then we, just feeling that we're close to the Waldo residents to the east, we actually asked them to do it at that resident as well. And so all of these concentration levels were mapped and put to there. And every single one of them is below what the EPA considers a safe screening level. And it gets much, much less as you get towards Eystone being the farthest away. But critical, and again, just things we wanted to make sure as we went through to find and make sure that we didn't have an impact on those areas. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Zemba. He has a PhD in mechanical engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He has 30 years experience in environmental engineering and is actually a professor at the University of Massachusetts Lowell and teaches a class in air quality control. Down button.
Thank you, John, and good evening, everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about the health risk assessment that we formed for the facility. But first of all, I just have a couple of slides explaining who Sanborn Head is, because I doubt you've ever heard of us, but we do have an office in Denver, a very small office. We are mostly New England based. My particular practice is kind of national in character. I get called by clients in different places, often in situations like this where people are worried about health risks associated with emissions from a particular facility. Our company's about 200 people. We do lots of different environmental types of studies. Some of the services, you guys can review these, but anything doing with environmental remediation, contaminants in the environment are the types of things we focus on. My personal practice has involved about 5 or 6, maybe 12 asphalt plants over time. I should count them right. After 30 years, I've done a lot of these types of projects. So I know, a little bit about hot mix asphalt plants and their emissions. First of all of the work that EPA has done on those, but I also reviewed the air impact study from the ANTIA group. This, again, as John mentioned, is a voluntary study. This didn't have to be done per the requirements of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. The reason you might do this study is just to demonstrate how small those impacts are. This is considered to be, by the regulatory standards, a minor air pollution source, meaning they don't emit 100 tons of any criteria pollutant. As John pointed out, for their permit, the most they could emit is 20 tons per year or 19 tons per year of carbon monoxide. That would be the highest one. Other criteria pollutants like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter are all emitted at lower levels than that. And the goal that ANTIA, though, wanted to do was to quantify when emissions come out of that dryer stack, they go out into the environment and into the community, what would be the additional concentrations of the pollutants that you would be breathing from those emissions. And so, as John mentioned, the locations of interest, the green button up there, or is indicating where the dryer stack will be. That's the main source of air pollution at the plant. The residence to the southeast was the nearest residence. It also ended up being one of the higher impacted locations, and high is a relative term. These are still very low impacts, as you'll see, but that's where the highest concentrations predicted by the model study basically were over the long term. They also looked at the Wellington Community Park and also the Stone Elementary School as what we call special receptors of interest that got mentioned. And these were the pollutants that were looked at in the study. It separates into the left side being criteria pollutants, which they're called criteria pollutants because EPA developed criteria to look at them a long time ago. They developed national ambient air quality standards that are enforceable by the state regulatory agency, but they're federal standards. And those are the pollutants that are subject to the national ambient air quality standard. Those would be particulate matter, both PM 2.5 and PM 10. Those are particles smaller in aerodynamic diameter than 10 microns and 2.5 microns. So tiny, tiny particles in the atmosphere, ones that can get deep into your lungs. They also looked at nitrogen oxides, nitrogen dioxide. There's an ambient standard for that, sulfur dioxide, and also carbon monoxide are all subject to national ambient air quality standards. In addition to that, the county asked that study look at some key air toxics that are emitted by hot mix asphalt plants, also emitted by any combustion source, including our cars and the other sources that John had mentioned. They would include things like the acid aldehyde, hexane, some of the ones you probably heard of more so formaldehyde, benzene, and the list is there. And those were all looked at in the report. And I encourage you to read NTU's report. It looked at both short-term and long-term effects. I'm going to focus mainly on the long-term effects associated with pollutant emissions, because that's kind of the focus of where health risk assessments go. I'm also going to look at those key air toxic. That's what I'm going to focus on tonight. But before I do that, I want to talk about some of the inputs, and I'll talk a little bit about NTU's results for the criteria pollutants. One of the things that serves as an input to an air dispersion modeling study are winds. And winds go from every which direction. This was the data, or these were the data that were looked at by NTIA, obtained from the car CDPHE. And what they demonstrate is that most of the winds, most of the time, come from the north to the south. The way you read a windrows is you look at the length of those petals, and meteorologists think from the winds coming from. So the largest petal that goes at the top there are winds coming from the north to the south. But as you can see from this, winds go every which direction some hours. Sometimes you get those west upsloping winds. In addition, a smaller percentage of the time. What the modeling study is going to do is, over the long-term effects, predict the long-term average impacts of pollutants using these wind data as one input. Another input that will be used will be emissions. And those emissions are estimated with information generally from the US EPA and other regulatory agencies. Lots of stack testing has been done for hot mix asphalt plants. Hundreds of stack tests have been compiled. And if you go to section 11.1 of EPA's AP 42 document, you will see basically the description of all those tests. Those were some of the inputs that NTIA used in estimating both the short-term and the long-term emissions. These were the results. This is one table from the report looking at NTIA's predictions for criteria pollutants. And these aren't the ones I'm going to focus on, but there's some importance here because criteria pollutants look at both long-term effects and short-term effects. In particular, if you look at the NOx and the SOx, SO2 and nitrogen oxides, they both have 1 hour standards. And if you were worried about health effects such as asthma, those would be caused by short-term stimulus. Could cause an asthma attack as an example. That's where you want to see that you're well below those national ambient air quality standards. And that's generally what the report shows. The third column over shows the largest impact that would come from this plant for any hour in that year that they modeled. And the highest ones being 7.1 and 7.5 over a 1 hour period for the nitrogen oxides and the sulfur dioxides. You can compare those to the national ambient air quality standards, which are those safe levels that EPA derives to protect the public with a adequate margin of safety, I think is the right language that goes in there. And those are up to roughly about 200 micrograms per cubic meter each. So the percentages of the impacts of those national ambient air quality standards that the facility could contribute to, if you happen to be at a level near the NAAQS, which you're not in this area, would be only 4% at most. of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. One other thing I wanted to talk about was ozone, because you're near a non-attainment area for ozone in this region. If you do have one air quality issue of concern, it would be ozone. The ozone isn't actually emitted by sources. It's created in the atmosphere from photochemical reactions. But two of the pollutants that will be released in small levels by this plant will be nitrogen oxides and all low organic compounds. I think they're in the order of 10 tons per year each, if I'm remembering the numbers right, but you should check the report for that. Those chemicals will participate and form ozone. The thing about ozone, though, is it's a regional issue, and it counts all the emissions from all the cars, all the other sources that were mentioned by John, all contribute to ozone formation of these same precursor pollutants. Ozone really will not change substantially by this plant moving, because it's already emitting in the airshed that it's in. So you're not going to increase the NOx and the VOx emissions regionally. So there'll be really not much of an effect at all on ozone. This is one of the maps that appears, one of many maps that appears in Antia's report. Many of them look very similar to this. This is showing the long-term impacts for one of the air toxics. And the colors are, what they are. The red rings are the highest concentrations. And you can see why we're focusing on that residence to the southeast. That is one of the two peaks. And notice that the peak isn't to the south, it's actually to the north. Because when you do air dispersion modeling, stability classes count and emissions at very different times of the day. So it might not always be those northerly winds that lead to the highest concentrations on long-term averages. With the residents being there, it's an appropriate thing to think about in terms of what the highest impacts are. We looked further to the south, we drew the picture out, the impacts at the community center and at the High-Stone Elementary School were all about 10 times lower than the peak levels. This one's showing toluene, one of the air toxics, and the key for the peak level there, I think if I can read it, is 0.005. Is that right? My eyes are failing me. Micrograms per cubic meter. The standard or the safe level for toluene is 40. So even the very peak level is still hundreds to thousands of times lower for toluene than the level that would lead to some long-term health effect. So from this, toluene is not going to be a problem, and neither will most of the other air toxics. But let me talk about why I think that's the case. My health risk assessment is going to focus on two things, as health risk assessments standardly do. They look at the risk of getting cancer, the extra risk of getting cancer. We all have a high chance of getting cancer in our lifetime. For men, it's 41 chances in 100. For women, it's 39 chances in 100. It's not good news, but cancer is caused by lots of different things, genetic factors. A lot of us will get cancer, and it won't be due to any environmental source. Sometimes it's just bad luck. Things go wrong with our development and things of that sort. But if you put that on a per million basis, my chance of getting cancer, your chance of getting cancer is 410,000 in a million. For women, it's 390,000 in a million. Very large risks. If we look at an environmental project like Connell's plant, the allowable risk would typically be 1 to 100 per million extra risk of getting cancer. So if I took a 1 in a million risk and I added it to 410,000 in a million, my total cancer risk from just other sources and the emissions from this plant would increase from 410,000 in a million to 410,001 in a million. You couldn't measure that difference or notice that difference. So we get to something John called de minimis risk. And de minimis risk in risk assessment circles is this magical 1 in a million extra cancer risk. If you're at or below that, usually you say, this is an acceptable risk. It's very small. It's not going to add to someone's cancer risk. So just putting that in words again, if you take that 1 in a million, you add it to the 410,000, you get 410,001 per million. There's very little differentiation between those two risks, adding a 1 in a million risk. So here come the calculations and the math. I sort of apologize for this a little bit, but the way you calculate a cancer risk is that you multiply the air pollutant concentration times the unit risk factor. And what the unit risk factor is, a value derived by EPA and other regulatory agencies that estimates how much cancer would exposure to a particular chemical cause. It's different for every chemical, as you can see in the third column, the different inhalation unit risk factors. The most potent carcinogen there at the bottom with the highest inhalation unit risk are the PAHs or benzoate pyrene. If you take the highest model concentration at the residence of Southeast and you assume 7 years of exposure and you multiply by the unit risk, you get the cancer risks converted to per million basis in that final column. Those add up to a total of 0.036 per million. So you would add to that 410,000 a value of 0.036 to get the new cancer estimate. That's far and away below the 1 in a million risk level that we consider to be de minimis. So from this, I would conclude that there really aren't any what we would call significant increases in the risk of getting cancer. If we looked at the park and the school or residences near those locations, those risks would be 8 to 10 times lower than these incremental risks. Second type of risk we look at are any other chronic health effects that are other than cancer. And the way we do those is we compare what you're exposed to safe concentrations. Safe concentrations would be things called reference concentrations. There's a little report and some notes in a memo that went along with this if you want to see the references to it and see where you get some of those data. Check out the references there. But the safe concentrations or reference concentrations, again, they come from EPA and other regulatory authorities that have developed safe levels that you can be exposed to. It's an acceptable hazard quotient if the value is 1 or smaller, meaning that what you're exposed to is less than safe concentration if you take that ratio. So what we're looking to see, hopefully, is that hazard quotients are less than 1. And if we add them all together, if we assume that all the chemicals could cause the same types of health effects, which isn't quite true, but as a screening criteria, you can add them all together to get an overall hazard index. If that overall hazard index comes out less than 1, we as risk assessors would conclude that that's an acceptable level of exposure. And if we go through that exercise, we take the highest concentrations for all the air toxins we had, take those safe reference concentrations, divide the second column by the third column, you get hazard indices that you can compare to 1. And you can see that all the values are quite a bit lower than 1. If you add them all together, at the bottom, you get 0.0012. It's about an 800-fold safety factor in what would be, the allowable exposure. And again, the hazard indices at the park and the school are again about 9 and 10 times lower, respectively, if you go through the calculations. So what I conclude from, I had one slide and I just went by it. Another thing to think about is we did mention other sources of air pollution. There's a study that's been done by EPA called the National Air Toxics Assessment. And what they've done nationwide is it's estimated how much formaldehyde, how much benzene are we all exposed to from sources like gas station, other industries, just general background concentrations. Those are the values that are estimated for the Wellington census tract in the third column. And I'll take an example here. Formaldehyde, the average background level that we would be exposed to here would be about 0.73 micrograms per cubic meter. Again, it's not a large risk, but what you would do is then you would compare that to the formaldehyde you'd be exposed to from emissions from the asphalt plant. You can see that would be a 0.2% increase in that ambient level. So these risks that are leading to diminished lists are also contributing to just a small amount of one's overall exposure. The highest one comes out for ethylbenzene. At that worst case residence, it would increase exposure to ethylbenzene by about 11%. Take it to the park and to the elementary school, about a 1% increase in as a worst case for ethylbenzene. Well, with that, the conclusions are that there really aren't going to be any significant health risks associated with the emissions from this plant. And the incremental concentrations are going to be smaller than existing background levels for the air toxics. I think that's all I have. And should I turn it back?
Keep the background noise down. We're not done with the presentations yet, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners, Carolyn White once again. I'm going to head us towards our conclusion here, and I want to do that by talking about the site plan and the site plan criteria, since after all, this is a site plan hearing. And I want to bring us back to a little bit of how some of these things that you've heard about relate to the criteria for site plan, and specifically what are some of the things that have been done on the site plan to try to mitigate and address potential impacts and concerns. So we've summarized here on this slide. Again, we talked about the BOA conditions of approval, the fact that any and all emissions are monitored by the state and subject to all this extensive regulatory permitting. Some of them are measured daily and reported daily. The 15-foot landscaped berm, the way that the components of this project are arranged on the site that was described earlier, with the most impactful being located to the farthest northeast and everything else being separated with maximum buffering and landscaping. There also are some improvements that are going to be made to local infrastructure, which John summarized for you a little while ago. We didn't really talk so much about it, but also there is a plan to use xeric low water use landscaping, and also there will be no town water used in either the plant processes or the landscaping. So turning now to these criteria of approval that were initially introduced by Cody Bird at the beginning in section 2.12.3 of the code. I just want to talk a little bit about each of these. The first one being the future land use map. The first criterion is it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the intent stated in the land use code. And there are a couple of different ways that you measure consistency with the comprehensive plan. One, you look at the use itself, the future land use map, and what is the intended use of the property, which we really already talked about, and that is industrial, and it is consistent with that in the future land use map. And in fact, this is actually the only real parcel within the town that could accommodate a use like this within the town of Wellington. And that's probably one of the reasons why you decided several times to keep it zoned industrial over the last several years. Because of the proximity to the railroad, it really is suboptimal for a variety of other types of uses. The other way you look at consistency with the comprehensive plan is you look at some of the goals that you've set forth in the comprehensive plan. And I know that you all have probably worked extensively with your staff on this issue in the past about how the comprehensive plan expresses the vision for the town and the code expresses the specific criteria and standards by which that vision will be measured. So when we're talking about the comprehensive plan, we're talking about goals. When we talk about the land use code, we're talking about standards. So as it relates to the comprehensive plan, some of the goals that are applicable here: diversify the town economic base to attract key businesses to the area. Develop a supportive.
All right, guys, we're gonna call a recess. 10 minutes. I tried to ask politely. We're trying to get through presentations here, you guys. 10 minutes. Good. All right. We will start again. Ms. White, I apologize for the interruption. Go ahead and continue where you've left off.
All right, thank you. Once again, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we're just heading towards our conclusion, and I'm talking about how all the information you've just heard applies to the criteria in your code for approval and consideration of a site plan. We were talking about the goals in the comprehensive plan. I was focused on some of the economic development goals. Another one is develop a supportive business environment that aids in creating a thriving local economy. This site plan meets this goal by providing commercial land uses that provide job opportunities and needed services. So the site plan does meet this criterion of approval about consistency with the comprehensive plan. The next one has to do with the size and lot dimensions being consistent with the final plat. In this case, it just so happens that the site plan is being considered before the final plat. So you'll actually do that reverse. You'll measure the final plat against the site plan. So that's sort of not applicable here. This next one is infringement on easements, as was verified in the staff report. There's no infringement on any easements, and any easements that are required for the town will be dedicated along with the time of the final plat. Site grading consistent with requirements of applicable storm drainage criteria or master drainage criteria. You heard a little bit of a presentation about the drainage, the stormwater management that's going to be put into place along with this site plan. There is a detention pond located at the southwest corner of the site. It's a little bit small to see on this drawing, but hopefully you can see it on your printout there. The detention pond is sized to account for the additional impervious area that's being constructed as part of this project. And all the stormwater runoff from the site will be routed to that detention pond prior to discharge into a downstream waterway, and it will meet the required off-site discharge flow rate. So all of that is going to be in compliance. The structure is designed in compliance with water quality management techniques as well, and will be part of a stormwater management plan. And staff also noted in its staff report, based on its comprehensive review, that this criterion is met. The next criterion is density and dimensions conform with Article 4 of the code or approved PUD if you have a PUD, which we don't. Mainly in a case like this, in terms of density and dimensions, we're talking about setbacks, which we've already talked about. I won't repeat that again. There's really not a density issue when we're talking about a use like this that applies more in the context of residential or floor area ratio, which is not applicable here. And then the last one, it's a little deceiving because it's only one criterion, but it actually references all of section 5 of your code. So there's actually about 50 criteria in there. I, again, won't go through all of them, but it has to do with landscaping, screening and buffering, parking, making sure that we meet the parking requirements, architecture and building design, transportation and connectivity. This site plan provides for safe and efficient transportation in and around the site and connections to the roadways and properties outside the site. And the staff has found that all of these are met and that this criterion is met overall. If there are any specific issues in Chapter 5 that you want to talk about, we'd be happy to come back and address them during the question and answer portion. Oh, I had a separate slide for comprehensive plan that has your whole economy goals quoted right up on there. So I'll just kind of cruise through these because I already talked about them. Consistency with the final plat, easements, site grading, density, dimensions, Article 5. And then here on this slide is the conclusion. In conclusion, this application for a site plan meets all of the town of Wellington's criteria for approval of a site plan. This applicant has listened to the comments, to the concerns, to the feedback, both from all the referral agencies, from staff, and from members of the public, and has addressed them very thoroughly. We've done that in a variety of ways. One, by making changes. Another one is to just providing additional information. And perhaps most notably, as you've seen tonight, with these additional studies that have been performed and provided to staff and to you for your review. And that includes the wildlife study, the noise assessments, the air dispersion modeling, and the community health risk assessment, all of which are above and beyond what's really required, especially for a site plan, but understanding that this commission takes very seriously its mission to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the town of Wellington as expressed through the town code. We wanted to make sure that you had all the information that you needed in order to make that determination. The scientific data that has been provided through all of these studies demonstrates that the asphalt plant will have a de minimis effect on air quality, on health, and on these other considerations that have been raised. This applicant is committed to meeting all the state, local, and federal standards that are applicable to the project, to performing ongoing voluntary groundwater monitoring as was described, and continuing to be good neighbors in the northern Colorado community. So with that, we'd like to ask for your approval of this site plan. That concludes our formal presentation. As I mentioned, we have all these members of the team here available to answer your questions, either now or at a later time in the presentation, in the proceedings. And thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. White. We've got a presentation from Larimer County Health as well, and then we'll open up to the board questions. So let's get through one more, and then we may call you back up as needed. Mr. Bird, you want to do the introduction?
Yeah, I certainly can. I also wanted to throw out there that there were a few slides from the staff presentation that I wanted to circle back to as well after Larimer County Health. So I hate to prolong the presentations, but there's just a couple.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce Leah Schneider, Larimer County Health and Environment. And Leah was here at the March 6th meeting. We really appreciate her review and for coming back to be with us again this evening. Leah, thank you. And I'm going to pull your slides up for you in just a moment.
Okay, thank you. And I'll say we'll have a hard time seeing the slides. I forgot my glasses, so I have it printed off in front of me. So I apologize if you see me looking down a lot at my own notes, and I'm trying to read my own slides from my paper. So I'm here primarily to talk about air quality. Our agency is one of the regulatory agencies involved in a lot of this air quality protection. So the overarching, of course, is the Environmental Protection Agency. They're the ones that actually set the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, the NACs that we'll refer to that. They set those. There's 6 criteria pollutants that we'll go over on the next page. And then these are known to have significant health impacts to not only people, but also adverse impacts on the environment. And these are national standards that are applied to all states. We also have the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division. This is our local state regulatory agency that oversees compliance to make sure we are within those NACs criteria. They issue the permits for sources of air pollution. They conduct inspections. They also conduct the compliance and enforcement actions when our sources of pollution are out of compliance. And then Larimer County, we are contracted by the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division. We have an annual contract where we actually inspect a designated list of sources, but we also investigate complaints that are driven by our community members. This could include things like odor, maybe if somebody saw visible emissions and we're concerned about an event that could be impacting their community, we will go out and investigate and work with operators. We also conduct routine inspections. And our inspections provide information to Air Pollution Control Division's compliance and enforcement programs so that they can initiate those enforcement actions on our behalf. Next slide, please. So these are some of the emission thresholds. I just wanted to kind of bring about this table. This is the table that Air Pollution Control Division uses to evaluate permits for our air pollution sources. The column on the left includes a couple of our volatile or our criteria pollutants that I mentioned that the EPA sets standards for. And you'll see that we have particulate matter in there, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and oxides of nitrogen. VOCs are not technically a criteria pollutant, but they're an ingredient for one of our criteria pollutants, which is ozone. So it is highly regulated because it can impact the ozone criteria pollutants. So you'll see so we have, and I'm using an attainment area, the area north of Wellington that Connell's future location is actually in an attainment area. North of Wellington, you guys are in attainment for everything, particulate matter, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen. So because it's an attainment area, our permit thresholds are a little higher. So if you were in a non-attainment area, say for the ozone, instead of VOCs being at 5 tons, you'd actually be at 2 tons limit for an air pollution permit. And then I also wanted to point out though, on this far end column, these are the EPA and air pollution control thresholds for major sources of pollution. And these include in this this attainment area north of Wellington, Platte River Power Authority is one of your major sources. So they actually emit things like carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxides and things like that. They are over 100 tons per year. And the big thing I wanted to highlight too, we have the non-criteria pollutants section, which this is separate from National Ambient Air Quality Standards, the NACs. These include HAPs. These are our hazardous air pollutants, AKA air toxics. So a single source is regulated as a major source threshold when it hits 10 tons per single emission, and then or 25 tons combined. And you'll see as we go into Connell's permit thresholds that they are well below this, and they're within the a little over 250 pounds. And at that point, they're not considered a major source, but they are overseen by Air Pollution Control Division to keep an eye on to make sure that as they make modifications at their facility, that they're not making it into these major source thresholds that can contribute significantly to the environment and human health. These major sources that are in this far right column do have significant controls. They have to do active emissions monitoring. They have to do several reporting. EPA has maximum achievable control technology that they're required to follow, and they're also under national emissions standards for hazardous air pollutants. Next slide. This is just a demonstration from Connell's 2021 permit from Air Pollution Control Division. You'll see they have the one thing that they do look at. We do look at a lot more than just particulate matter, which I think that was, there might've been some confusion in some public comment in the past. We do look at more than just particulate matter. Particulate matter is a very serious national ambient air quality standard due to a lot of the health impacts when it is exceeded. But you also see that they are evaluating the NOx, SOx, VOCs, things like that. And we also want to make note, so this is their operating, these are their thresholds. This is what they're limited to for the year. These also include operating with controls like the vapor recovery devices, their blue smoke recovery devices, baghouse and cyclone to collect a lot of the emissions. Additional controls that people don't even think about. How much tonnage of material are you processing? Hours of operation are also factored into this. Several different things go into this to create these standards for emissions. And then you'll see, again, we have some of the non-criteria hazardous air pollutants, which again, the air toxics listed below. These are some of the more common ones known to be emitted from asphalt plants. There's no specific EPA controls for these individual HAPs, again, because they're not over the 10 ton per individual or combined over 25 ton per year. Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, so we did propose, because there is a risk because you do start talking about hazardous air pollutants and it is an emission from asphalt plants. So one of the things we had suggested in our health department comments is that a risk assessment just to kind of see, find out where these pollutants are, where these concentrations are going to be based on, the meteorology, the site conditions, things like that. It helps understand a little bit more of the community exposure. So Connell contracted a consultant. They did some air dispersion modeling. This is using AirMod, which is an EPA approved modeling software technique. And they modeled the criteria and non-criteria pollutants, which the non-criteria pollutants again are the HAPs or the air toxics. And then in addition to the air modeling, they also did some risk assessment to determine if the plan controls would be adequate to protect the community health. Data for the modeling and the risk assessment included the maximum pollutant emission rates from Connell's current 2021 permit, just as an example. And then we also did the control strategies, like again, the operating hours, some things like meteorology, some of the control equipments that they'll have in place. And then from the Larimer County then brought in Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment's toxicology program to help us evaluate the modeling just to see kind of what thresholds the a consultant was using to see if it was complying with the federal and local state guidelines for, screening values and health guideline values to determine if these were below acute and chronic levels known to cause harm to the general public. Next slide. And actually you can skip this one too, just because Steve went over this in his. So we'll just go, we're going to go right into some of these assessments. So this is the risk assessment for the acute exposures. The AirMod modeling was used for this, and we looked at the primary HAPs from asphalt, such as like the formaldehyde, toluene, benzene, ethylene, benzene, xylene. These are the most primary or most common hazardous air pollutants. And then we added in a couple of others that are also known to be emitted, but also at much lower concentrations in some cases. And then the first column is the acute screening value levels that the consultant used. And then I brought in CDPHE's recommended screening levels. So, and again, this is the acute. So the acute levels, the screening levels that are CDPHE recommended are more protective and conservative than the EPA screening levels that the consultant used. CDPHE referred to many of the, and I'm going to use the acronym, but I'll explain it, ATSDR MRL levels. And this is the Agency of Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. And it's their minimal risk levels for adverse effects for 1 to 14 day exposures. So that's the reasoning for why they are so much lower than some of the screening levels used by the consultant. But the EPA risk screening levels are primarily there just to evaluate if something is significantly troubling with the data, and then you'd want to go in and further evaluate and do we add more in controls, things like that. But all the modeled values were below the levels known to cause harmful health impacts in the acute. So then we go into the chronic. So this is more cancer risk, non-cancer risk for long-term exposure, and long-term exposure, several days, several years, long lifetime type exposure. So again, the consultant used the EPA chronic screening values. That's their column. And then CDPHE, I have a couple of I added their primary recommendations. This column is the non-cancer chronic screening. So you'll see the values are a lot higher than the EPA's chronic screening levels, but then CDPHE agreed with the EPA screening values for the 1 in a million risk for cancer that the consultant did use in the that second chronic screening column. And again, all modeled chronic values were below the levels known to cause harmful health impacts. Next slide. And I just want to use this picture to kind of diagram our risks. It's a lot of these, the thresholds for screening guidelines and these screening levels, these guidelines, they're all health protective values. And they fall more in this green area on this map or on this, I don't know, is it a thermometer? I don't know. It looks like a thermometer, but on this chart. And in this green area, we would not expect health effects. A lot of these screening levels are designed so that you're not like, the idea not being that, oh my gosh, if you hit that threshold, this is it, you're getting cancer no matter what. As we get higher into that red hazard zone with some emissions, that's where we would have to further evaluate and study the actual impacts on the human and things like that. The screening levels we're using are more in this lower level of the good, it's before true risks really start. So even with the results of this, though, we understand there's going to be significant concern in the area. We've got residents nearby. There could be odors. There could be unexpected events where we could see, you know, equipment malfunction or something along those nature. So we understand, but we want to be a contact, and we are a local contact for your residents that can respond. So anytime they see visible emissions such as dust, smoke, steam, if there's odors of concern, you know, we're going to be here. Next slide, I provided some agency contact information. I do want residents to reach out though, if they do have concerns. We always say reach out to the operator as well, just in case it's something they can fix quickly, but we'll still investigate. So I want people to know that. So we're your local contact, and we do have a complaint system online, and you can call us directly at our front desk. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, their toxicology department has a tox call line too that's available, and an email address. This is primarily related to odors, but still a good consulting group to talk to if you have concerns. The Colorado Environmental Incident Reporting Line, that's a 24-hour line, and you have the 1-800 number. They also have an online complaint form. So if anything happens after hours, residents can get in touch with these agencies. We get a lot of spill reports through this. A lot of it ends up being like a car in the Poudre River or something. But we also get dispatch 911 calls. So if it's a significant after hours event, we are part of the dispatch response. So we actually get calls like if a facility, if there's air quality concerns because a facility is on fire, or if, you know, there's a spill that occurred and it doesn't look like anybody's on site, things like that. So we are part of that dispatch with the sheriff and police system. Know that the health department, your local health department. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I have for now, and I'll take questions later.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Cody, before you get started real quick, everyone, just a reminder, I'll just interject this again. If you plan on speaking tonight, hit the sign up sheet, please, if you haven't already. You can come up and fill that in while Mr. Bird's giving his last few slides here. All you, Cody.
Thanks, Chairman. Let me switch in slides here to the other presentation. And there it is. So I wanted to just take a moment. It's been a pretty lengthy night of presentations. I appreciate everyone's patience. I wanted to come back to kind of where I left off. A lot of what you've heard in the presentations were intended to answer questions that were heard, respond to concerns that were expressed, provide the information requested by the Planning Commission to answer these questions, satisfy the concerns. And I thought it was important to also bring you back to the findings for approval for site plan criteria. A lot of the information, while it's good information, we're thankful for the folks that put it together and presented it. A lot of that information is outside of the Planning Commission's typical site plan review criteria. So I thought it would be helpful to kind of just bring it back to your procedures. Your findings for approval are A through F. These are the criteria identified in your land use code that you look at in evaluating a site plan. And I thought it would be helpful to go through a couple of these. We went through a lot more detail in the staff report. Not appropriate to put all that information in the slides. So I know you've read the reports. And I wanted to highlight just a couple of key components of that staff report. So one of the findings is consistency with the comprehensive plan. When staff took a look at this, we started very basic. What does the future land use map say for the town of Wellington for this site? It identifies the site as industrial. There's a large area of the future portions outside of the town identified as industrial. This property happens to be inside the town limits and is also zoned industrial, has been zoned industrial for quite some time. The star on the map to the right shows the location. The inset map shows a little bit closer. And I also highlighted, these are in the staff report as well. But the comprehensive plan includes goals and strategies for achieving the vision of the community. The comprehensive plan was a community effort with a heavy amount of public involvement to help craft it. And these goals and strategies were identified in the 2021 comprehensive plan update. So they're not that old. These were direct feedback from the community. The first goal was ensure new industrial developments are consistent with the town's infrastructure master plans and the town's water efficiency plan. We felt this was an important factor because of the town's infrastructure projects that are underway currently. We do have new master plans recently adopted for water distribution, wastewater collection, stormwater infrastructure, and we're trying to kick off a plan for transportation master plans. I'll come back to the transportation master plan in just a moment. But this site has been evaluated through the lens of all the town's recently adopted infrastructure master plans, and comments from staff to the applicant have been, you must comply with the town's requirements for infrastructure. And their site plans were changed a couple of times with staff to get to the version that was presented to the Planning Commission to reflect those infrastructure master plans. And the water efficiency plan, I'll note real quickly, the water use for this site is primarily for town treated water, just the office building and the associated outbuildings. From what we've looked at as a staff, limited water demand. There is a lot of water required for dust mitigation. They'll need landscaping and irrigation water, and those are being provided by non-potable sources from off-site. So those additional water needs wouldn't be affecting the town's water supply, which supports the town's water efficiency plan. I also highlighted goal TE 4.1 for the balance residential with commercial land uses to promote local job opportunities and needed services for residents. This is the only industrial zoned property in town. It's laid undeveloped for decades since it was first annexed in 2001. And so it is aptly zoned for the types of uses that are being proposed, and it does create that balance where there has been no industrial development in the town in the past. Oops, there we go. So on the right here, this is where I said I'd circle back to the transportation master plan. The map on the right is the street master plan from the comprehensive plan that identifies County Road 66 as an arterial roadway. In evaluating the site, and I'll come back to this a little bit more on transportation, but in evaluating the site, the applicant was instructed by town staff to design the adjacent roadway in accordance with the street master plan for an arterial road section. And their public improvement plans will be designed to that town standard adjacent to the site. Portions of County Road 66 not adjacent to the site are under the county land use standards or excuse me, the county street standards, and are being designed as such to meet the county requirements. There will be transitions and tapers to accommodate that, to make sure that this section of County Road 66 within the town's street master plan meets that arterial standard in the future. That improvement project includes paving County Road 66 from County Road 9 to County Road 7, including the railroad crossing improvements. So that's a significant transportation investment to our community to achieve that arterial standard. We also identified goals for identifying partners and resources to build a campaign to promote air quality in and around Wellington to ensure air quality is maintained as Wellington and the North Front Range continues to grow. You've heard a lot about air quality. Wellington doesn't have specific standards for air quality. We rely on other agencies for the promulgation of those regulations and the enforcement of those regulations. But in terms of promoting air quality, requiring new developments to satisfy all of the criteria of those standards is far better than no mitigation for those things. So I think this one could be viewed both ways, but in staff's opinion, part of the town's role and the planning commission's role in achieving this vision is to ensure that all the applicable permit requirements for air quality and emissions are satisfied. I also identified comprehensive plan goal 2.3 under F&P. That's for requiring new development to demonstrate how they will connect to and improve the existing networks for active transportation, vehicular traffic, open space and parks, and essential infrastructure for water, wastewater, and stormwater. It's a mouthful, but that's essentially what the site plan process looks at. You probably saw in the staff report, there were quite a few comments about the site layout. The roadways that are proposed to be private roadways have to be aligned with that support the future road network infrastructure, the arterial standards. The applicant alluded to the county's requirement for the County Road 66 corridor to have a paved shoulder for bike lanes, or not for bike lanes, but to support bicycles. And this is also a bicycle corridor identified in the town's transportation master plan for bicycle movements. So that supports the town's goals as well. Also, one of the questions that was asked, and I wanted to specifically address the question from a town staff perspective. We've heard comments at the prior meetings. We've seen written comments that was presented to the planning commission in your packets. The question was really looking at what are the setbacks required specifically for the producing and curating toxic chemicals language that's identified in the land use code. And in that land use code, there's not a definition for producing and curating, and there's not a definition for toxic chemicals. A lot of the information that was presented to you tonight on behalf of Antia Group, Mr. Zemba from Sanborn Head, Leah Schneider from Larimer County Health. We're trying to answer that question on what are the toxic limits. But I also wanted to share this image with you and look at what staff evaluated prior to all that new information being presented. And what we looked at initially was this property is zoned industrial. The materials identified in the hot mix asphalt plant production process include aggregate materials for sand, gravel, recycled asphalt, and asphaltic cement. And looking at the interpretation for what is toxic chemicals, that same language category includes animal slaughter, and those raw materials don't have anything to do with animal slaughter, but in order of magnitude from a land use perspective, they're really not even in the same category. Considering toxic chemicals, the thoughts that come to staff's mind are pesticides, Roundup, paint solvents, thinners, explosive manufacture. None of those things are the criteria that we felt were the intent of that additional setback. And so the aggregate materials involved in asphalt production didn't trigger any concern for staff for the toxic chemicals. Looking at the setbacks, we did identify early on with the Board of Adjustments process, the 1,000-foot setback for residential. And we've included in this graphic the 1,000-foot buffer for residential, so you can see what that looks like from the source of the emissions. We've also included the 800-foot setback, which was the variance approved by the Board of Adjustments. And we went a step further and we wanted to at least highlight what that 2,640-foot setback looks like on the map and show you where that is impacted. In the staff report, we also included additional bulleted information for the other circumstances that 2,640 feet apply to. Which included schools, religious land uses, medical facilities, and none of those types of facilities are within any of the identified setbacks, including the 2,640-foot setback. And a couple of the key indicator locations are identified here with dimensions to them to illustrate what that area looks like. So in this evaluation, what staff was really trying to help answer the question, why isn't this greater setback distance being looked at? For all those reasons I just explained and highlighted in the staff report, staff doesn't feel that the toxic chemicals is a factor here in our initial evaluation. And subsequent to that initial evaluation, the information prepared and presented by the different presenters tonight with review by Larimer County Health and Colorado Department of Health and Environment identified that all of those emissions levels are significantly below the threshold levels that require additional evaluation, which staff feels confirms the appropriate setbacks were considered by the Board of Adjustment in that particular application. This has been touched on a little bit more by the applicant's presentation. So just to highlight it real quickly, staff did work very diligently with the applicant to address the site layout to try to make sense of their operational needs in context with the adjacent land uses. And one of our very first indications was you need to locate the highest intensity operations as far away from adjoining land uses as you can. And the site next to the railroad in County Road 66 was identified as the best location for that higher intensity operations. As you can see here, there's additional site elements, including building massing scales, the building massing end scale, excuse me, to along the west side of the site that helps to mitigate from a visual impact the elements of the more intense site operations. So this was the general layout with input from staff on best layout to accomplish those desires. Oh, there's the labels, sorry. We'll give that just a pause for a moment. And the areas here identified are the proposed locations of the earth and landscape berms. Those locations were specifically identified. One is along the west side, the Board of Adjustments required a 15-foot earth berm with landscaping. You also see there's a kind of a diagonal northwest to southeast berm that's a little closer to the intensity of the operations there. That was an inclusion to further create some separation from the more intense uses. It'll have a more immediate impact on the sound attenuation and the appearance on the site. It includes an earth berm and landscaping along County Road 66 to help with visual impacts and sound north of the site. East of the site along the railroad, it doesn't show on this plan, but the railroad is elevated significantly above the finished floor elevation of the operational site. And so the railroad itself actually provides a significant buffer to the east. And there's the landscaping graphically. That this landscaping is illustrative. The landscape plan in the site plans is more specific as to tree location, quantities and species. It was also touched on by the applicants, but we wanted to also highlight some information about the traffic impacts. This is a site plan element because it addresses the impact of traffic as well as the site circulation and routing plans. The image on the screen here is with some overlays on it to help illustrate the red lines. We put the arrows on there to help draw attention to it, but this map was specifically from the traffic impact study that looks at the truck routing plan that, as was mentioned earlier, includes utilizing County Road 66, an arterial roadway, north on County Road 7, which is a community corridor and an arterial roadway to Owl Canyon, County Road 70, and then to I-25. That truck routing plan was evaluated by CDOT, Larimer County Road and Bridge, and Town and Wellington staff and engineering staff, and was agreed upon as this was the appropriate route. According to that plan, that is all the traffic from the site except for like employee vehicles. It was mentioned that a number of employees live in town. So there will be personal passenger vehicles that do drive from town to the site and vice versa. The truck traffic would be limited to this truck routing plan with the exception as the applicant pointed out, there may be local deliveries for a parking lot or driveway that would have to utilize town streets. We did hear the concerns from the public at the prior meetings that this could create traffic impacts to our intersection with I-25 in Cleveland and impacts to Easton Elementary School campus. And the truck routing plan will specifically be enforced to keep those trucks off of those roadways. And on site, this doesn't show it particularly well, but the highlight here is the main entrance was specifically identified as the area on the furthest west side. This was identified by staff. The roadway creates a distance buffer in and of itself, where site operations can't be located closer to the property line because of the existence of the road. That includes the berming and landscaping, and all their site circulation on site is within the berming and landscaping to help mitigate. There's a security fence and gate enclosure proposed by the applicant that's shown on the site plans. And all their truck traffic is designed initially on the site. See if we've got labels there. The primary access is getting from their from County Road 66 onto the site to the most intense operations by the silos, and minimal access by their aggregate piles and their maintenance shop, such that the truck plan can be enforced. And one of the county's suggestions, or one of the county's questions, was how are we going to limit truck traffic from going west off the site to County Road 9? And the response from the applicant and town staff was, we think this would be best designed as a left in, right out, to reinforce that trucks are not intended to make that westbound turn towards County Road 9. So that's part of the. Oh, well, that actually was the last couple slides. Sounds like we might be getting back. I'm not back on though. Well, that's interesting. I'll try and get back in while I continue to speak. There's only a couple slides left for me, and the next slide was on architecture. That was one of the questions that came up at the last meeting. The applicant is proposing buildings that are reminiscent of industrial, light industrial design buildings. They're primarily stainless steel metal clad buildings. There was a desire expressed for four-sided architecture through the site design and site layout. Town staff made the recommendation that all of the requirements of the Board of Adjustment and the intent of our landscape and screening requirements is to mitigate those views from public view. So put them behind earth and berms and landscaping. But we specifically said, you still have your main office headquarters here. And we don't want that hidden behind a berm. So we specifically asked the berms and landscaping to be modified to make the main office visible from County Road 66. And that building would have a higher degree of architectural standards applied to it because it's the main office and visible from the roadways. The other structures are intended to be hidden from public view. So the slides just had they're in your packet as well, but the slides had the example architecture included on those for your site plan reference. Okay. So the last slide following the building architecture was staff assessment and conclusions. And to be brief and summarize that, the staff assessment is that the proposed site plans follow the criteria findings for approval. Staff's evaluation supports that the findings are satisfied, and the site plan review, although we haven't spent a lot of time talking about the details of the use standards and design standards, staff has gone over that in great detail with the applicant, and they've addressed all of staff's comments and concerns. And so staff's recommendation is that the proposed site plan satisfies the criteria, and staff is in support of approval for the site plan based on those criteria. I'm happy to answer any questions from a staff perspective. And I think this might also be a good time if you have questions regarding the other materials that were presented tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. There's going to be some board discussion up here, question and answer. If any of the presenters, if it falls to you to answer any of the questions, please just come back up to the podium, speak clearly in the mic for recording purposes and so the audience can hear you. But I'm sure we have some questions ready, so just kind of be prepared to come up and answer if it falls to you. We'll go ahead and open it up to board questions. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, first question, Cody. Is this an elevation?
Yes,
What is the height of this building?
I will see if I can answer that to you. Your question is, what's the height of the office building?
Oh, I'm assuming that's the elevation here, yes? I mean, it's not a typical like architectural elevation, but
17 and a half feet, I think is what the label says. It is a little blurry. My apologies for that.
it's tiny.
My
I'm
apologies.
old.
The rest of those details were in the site plan packet. I don't have that one in front of me, but I believe it says 17 and a half feet.
And that's from the
Finished floor to-
highest peak.
Finished floor to parapet is where you would typically see those dimension labels.
Okay,
And
well,
I-
because I'm looking at this, and so that's as one of the demonstrative
Mhm.
plans, this.
And if it helps with the question, I'm sorry, I don't have the specific dimension for that. But what the applicant had expressed previously was, it's a big lift to do full architectural plans for buildings that haven't been approved yet from a site plan perspective. So we would expect to see full building plans and renderings for a building permit. It was staff's recommendation that in the absence of full architectural plans, that exemplary photos would suffice, because we understand what a standing seam metal building would look like.
Okay. Well, respectfully, it is actually a requirement for a site plan review for elevations and renderings. So I just want to state that for the record. So I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but one of the main reasons is the height of the building, which is a requirement for approval on a site plan, is that it has to conform to this land use code for height, right? That's one of the development architectural requirements. So my question would be, on these other buildings, well, is the fueling station isn't a building, I assume, right? Your maintenance shop, is that height going to be consistent with your administration building, or is it a little higher?
Thank you.
The maintenance shop would be slightly higher, has 16-foot doors, and then above that, so it's about 22 feet.
Okay. So now do you understand why I kept asking?
Totally understand.
And material storage?
There, the lean-to is just 16 feet.
Okay. So well within the height requirements in
Absolutely.
the land use code. Yeah, 45 feet.
5 feet is the height limit for industrial.
Okay. Well, 70 for the silo, that's not a building. So, so here's my question. So I haven't driven out to this site, but you said that the railroad tracks are significantly higher. So, excuse me, I'm talking to the applicant. Thank you. My question is, does the railroad then provide somewhat of a natural berm?
Correct. What you have from the site at the railroad. So the railroad is not elevated, it's cut through, but there is a 22-foot elevation difference from what would be the existing ground up to the top of the berm. And then that drops down for the railroad tracks, but it is 22 feet in elevation difference from what is basically the flat ground of the site to the top property line adjacent to the railroad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so then the material storage building in essence would be hidden if you were on the other side of that, looking dead straight across, right?
Correct.
Okay. See? Somebody else has a question. You can come back to me.
Okay.
I've got a clarifying question. Cody, you said the administrative building would not be behind a berm, but I've just got a question because on page 13, it shows it's behind a berm. Page 13 of the applicant's presentation.
There's a 5-foot berm that's landscaped, which is what was requested. So if, I
Okay.
wish I could pull it up and point, but it
Yeah,
does
it's
have a
okay.
small landscape berm around it.
Yeah,
And
this
then
shows
the
a 10
larger,
foot.
is it
Yeah,
10 foot?
yeah, it
Okay,
shows
then
10
that's
foot.
correct.
Okay.
And the intent was to, and thanks for the clarifying question. As I mentioned before, staff's request was to not hide the main facility entrance with the offices and the part that you would typically want to be attractive and visible from a roadway. There would still be some berming, and staff recommended that to kind of follow the natural or create a natural landform pattern. So it's not just a flat site. So to mimic the undulation of the other berms on site and still provide some aesthetic quality and
Okay,
landscaping.
great. Yeah, that makes sense. And then question on the storm water. And this may be for Jill. On the stormwater report out that you made, was that taking into consideration the effect that those berms would have on channeling water on the property?
Yes, that's correct. So all stormwater is routed to the detention pond from the site. So anything we channelize it, it's conveyed across the property, it's conveyed in ditches on site, it's conveyed in pipes, and all of it routes over to the detention pond.
And then what about the effect of the berms outside of the actual site, like towards the street?
So all of the ditches on the north side of the site are conveyed to the west, and then they convey down to the south side of the site. So all of that is still matching the existing flow. That's a requirement.
So that will be collected even at the street side of the berm, that will be collected in your detention pond.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, because it's all conveyed, it all matches the historic flow. So the road, the private road that runs north-south conveys water. I believe it may be crowned. And we haven't worked out all of those details yet with the engineering department, but that is one of the criteria that any impact from the site would be conveyed to that detention pond. If it matched historic flow rates to go a different direction, it would still do that. So we can't change the historic flow.
Right, thank you.
This would be for staff on page 36 of the whole packet. It's this setback separation exhibit. Can you confirm and then tell me why we're measuring setbacks from, I understand this is the highest point of activity on the site and where the chemicals would be, just the process would be taking place as far as the red square. So it appears to me that we're measuring from that spot for both the 800, the 1,000, and then for your demonstrational for the school and the park and everything else, including the 2,640 foot radius. So A, is that true? B, why? I mean, we don't measure the setbacks for a marijuana store by the counter where the goods are stored. So you do?
Yeah.
It's not from the property line.
To answer the questions, what was looked at was what is the industrial land use, and that's the operational element of an asphalt plant. The offices, the buildings, that's not the intense use. That's why we specifically asked the applicant to locate those on the west side of the site to help mitigate and buffer down from the most intense uses to offices, mechanical shops, landscaping and screening to help transition that down back to the adjacent land uses. Your other question on, it's a little off topic, but marijuana setbacks are measured from the front wall or nearest wall of the building to the other protected use.
And that was built specifically into the ordinance for marijuana, which is why it differs a little bit from this.
The marijuana regulation was specifically written
Okay.
and adopted via a referendum vote. So that language was very specific to that use. It's not necessarily the standard. So that was just trying to address the question for Ms. Moyer.
So to clarify, or I guess an additional question then, are there other instances where you do measure from the property line?
Typically, you measure from the property line of I'll call it the protected use, the use that you're trying to shelter from a more intense use. For an example, the Board of Adjustments has heard a couple of other variances for the setbacks, and they looked at what is the protected buffer property that needs the buffer applied to it, and where was the closest intensity of that use. So they weren't looking at parking lots and landscaping and other things, because that's generally not considered to be offensive to that would require screening, buffering, and separation.
Okay, can I go back to stormwater for a second? Okay, so on page 15 of the packet, which would be part of the staff report, it indicates town engineering may or may not have determined the stormwater plan complies with the stormwater master plan. It says town engineering has commented that the site design is or will be made to comply with the applicable town stormwater drainage criteria in the town's adopted stormwater master plan. And then on page 18, under drainage, it says the drainage report proposes surface flows across the property to a detention basin located in the southwest corner. The basin location in the lowest area of the property conflicts with the required earth berm, which must be relocated. And then on page 24, under letter D, for findings of approval, it says the proposed site grading is consistent with the requirements of any applicable adopted storm drainage criteria or master drainage plans. So my question is, or my statement, it's unclear if we're definitely at a point where an adequate and final stormwater plan has been identified and approved by town engineering. So I want to know if this is approved by engineering, this is the plan, and it's not going to move.
It will move. That's part of the site plan process. The town engineers are the reviewing agency and authority for the town's engineering standards. In a site plan review, the applicant presents a site plan that shows all the massing, all the grading, and the stormwater improvements. And there's a cycle of review and response for comments. And what you're seeing is the engineering department has reviewed the site plans and said that the town standards can be satisfied. There are still some coordinations that need to take place too. You saw the second bullet you pointed out was a planning comment that we require berms along these areas, and there's not a berm shown currently. It's where a stormwater pond is located. So there needs to be resolution between the berming and the stormwater pond. That will result in adjustments to the stormwater design. And the town engineering staff will review that with the applicant to ensure it continues to meet the town engineering standards. But both the town engineering department and the planning department identified that the town standards can be satisfied. That's really more of a design element to make sure that the final adjustments meet correct elevations, the outflow structures are designed properly, the orifice plates meet the correct design size, the slide gate that's proposed for water quality control meets all the applicable engineering standards. So you're seeing the cycle of review and comment, but all the engineering and planning departments agree that the stormwater criteria will be satisfied.
And with respect to the berm around that detention pond area and the maintenance shop, it seems to me that actually produces the maintenance shop anyway produces a higher barrier than the berm would anyway. Right.
Yeah.
So do you foresee these buildings being moved?
Not significantly. Even your site plan procedures allow for an administrative adjustment of a minimal degree to adjust to unforeseen circumstances on the site. So there are still instances where things can change, but they would be insignificant changes in the scheme of the overall site plan. And anything that exceeds an administrative level review would be reported back to the planning commission for consideration.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I don't want to hog all the time. You know me, I have lots of questions.
Well, now is the time. If
Okay.
You've got more. Let's do them now.
So I know that you, in the staff report on page 17, you indicated that the sign process would be done under a different application. Is there any particular reason? Because we did the sign issues for the Smoking Cowboy at the same time.
You're talking about the like entrance signs
signage.
and
Mhm.
monument signage. And the planning commission has to approve the locations of monument signs. Even for the other example you expressed, we don't have the final sign package. A lot of times in development, the applicants will adjust the sign plans until the day they pull the permit for them because they're looking at, signs are expensive, hate to say it, but they're expensive. And a lot of times applicants realize what we'd shown on the plans, we need to squeeze that size down because it's costly to do it that way. And so a lot of those adjustments are made by the applicants, and staff does an administrative review of all sign permits to make sure that it complies with the applicable sign standards. Planning commission review is generally looking at size, scale, massing, placement for freestanding signs. And so for this particular application, one of the primary sign concerns was to not put any signage on the silos, which was a requirement of the Board of Adjustments. Additional signs for the buildings haven't been discussed by the applicant at this time.
Okay. On page 44 from Ditesco in the packet, but it's a letter to you, under photometrics, it says the bash plant and site will not have night operations and therefore all lighting will be limited to employee safety and site security. Now, I recollect that in an earlier packet, there was an indication that there would be occasion for night operations. Yes? Sorry to make you get back up.
There will be limited night operations only for specific projects that require it. So CDOT, again, won't allow paving on the interstate during the day. Those type of things, very rare, but it will be project-specific night operations. Last year at our plant, we operated for 6 nights, to give you an example.
But the lighting stays substantially the same?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Cody, so you might be able to answer this one for me. On pages 89 and 91. This is regarding item 4, potential material spills as a result of trucks traveling to, from, and on the property will be sufficiently mitigated. And then this would be from Ms. White. So it identifies Colorado Revised Statute 42-4-1407 as under state law, Connell would be required to provide cleanup for state highways that, and I'm unclear, but I read the statute, like I looked it up. And I'm assuming state highways is not the same as county roads and town roads. So the statute doesn't actually cover county roads and town roads. Am I right?
What's your question?
The question I had posed before at a previous meeting was about what happens if, for whatever reason, I mean, somebody spilled pigs out of their trailer today by my house, so things happen.
Okay.
But if for some reason the concrete with the asphalt concrete, is that the right word? Got spilled on County Road 66. And I understand it dries and then it can be cleaned up. Who's responsible for that? And how do we know that it's going to be taken care of? Because it isn't covered under this statute that's quoted here by Ms. White about state highways. So I want to know, is Connell responsible for cleaning that up? Is the town responsible for cleaning that up?
Are you,
And how are we sure that like, what's the plan?
are you talking about on the site or off? It sounds like you're.
Off-site,
it sounds like-
adjacent roads,
Right.
not state or federal highways.
It is a different concern because we're talking about a site plan review, and I don't know that any of the site plan criteria are affected by off-site roads.
Well, I would like the opportunity to address the information that was given to us. Yeah,
Fair. I think it would be the responsibility of if the town spilled equipment off of one of our vehicles, it would be our responsibility to clean it up. Otherwise it'd be littering, I believe. That's not a statement of fact from a law enforcement standpoint, but I think common sense would tell us that if we spill something and leave it, it would be littering or dumping. And so it is the responsibility of the spilling party to clean it up.
I'm happy to take that one. If we're responsible for it, we'll clean it up.
okay.
I mean, it's.
I
that
just needed
simple.
some clarification because it
it's
was
un-
provided
understood.
in the
Yep.
information. That's
Right.
all.
That's our obligation.
Okay. Okay, so on page 12, for the noise modeling. That's like way back, sorry. And I saw this on subsequent, the report from the person that performed that. It recommends adequate earth berms to contain the noise. And I understand that it doesn't sound like it's really going to be all that loud. However, in the spirit of upholding my duties as a planning commissioner, my question is, did they at any point indicate what that adequate height would be? Because I did see in other places where you're proposing 10 to 15-foot berms, but the requirement is 15 by the Board of Adjustments. I guess I'm a little confused on that.
The Board of Adjustments was a 15-foot berm along the west side of the property where there wasn't a structure impeding that. So that's why there's a 15-foot on the west side. Throughout the noise studies, they measured on opposite sides of our berms and our existing facility, which are in the magnitude of 5 to 12 feet, and saw a significant drop in sound from one side to the other, especially along the I-25 corridor. If you really go look at some of those maps and look at those designations, you'll see significant changes in decibel levels from one side of the berm to the other, especially along I-25. So I would say they are sufficient, and that's the intent.
Okay, but they weren't specific about a height. They were
No.
just saying, okay.
Correct.
And is the intention to put, so when I was looking at the map where the detention pond, is that what it's called? Detention basin, is, I know that it shows a berm that goes around that maintenance shop. Would it be redundant or pose a problem for it to actually go down and curve around the outside of that detention pond? That way, if you're southwest of the facility, say at the northern point of the community park, you would see the berm, not a maintenance facility. Or is that property dropped down so much such that you wouldn't see it anyway?
I think it has to deal with the drainage issue through there. And Jill, you may have to correct me if I'm wrong of putting a berm there, but it's also, there's an existing emergency access road that comes through the site, and that's going to be changed to the outside of the site and allow, there's multiple reasons for that. The North Poudre Irrigation ditch rider uses that road for his access. It's emergency access to the Piper Industrial Park below, so firewood access through that. And then it'll be that's also the easement for water and sewer lines coming into the site and through the site. And you don't generally want your water lines buried any deeper than you have to for operation and maintenance reasons. So there's multiple, but that's why we added the diagonal berming on the other side of the maintenance facility to help kind of layer that screening and
Okay.
offset the view of the plant. Other than that, the
Fair enough.
lean-to, the lean-to and the shop buildings are help do that. And again, metal buildings with wainscot, trying to
I
make
get
them
it.
attractive. So
No,
and landscaping.
okay,
Yep.
that answers my question on that. Thank you.
Mr. Lay, just to add to that, I think that was one of the things that we had also highlighted was the diagonal berm kind of from northwest to southeast in the middle of the site was added because there were some areas that didn't have that full mitigation for sights and sounds. So that middle berm was added to help address the same concern that you were identifying with that southwest corner.
Okay, well, and without having driven there, I wasn't sure. I understood it to be a little bit lower, but I wasn't sure what that actual differential was. So might actually be almost done. Okay. Okay. Traffic impact study question. Way to 934, page 934. Which is this table that addresses the comments both from CDOT and Larimer County Engineering. As far as the bicycle lanes, which I do appreciate it being 4 lanes. So my concern is, and I think there was a concern written about it in one of the traffic studies from Larimer County or something, is that that's a heavy truck route, right? Obviously, that's the intended purpose. And 4-foot lanes are nice. But I know that both the federal and state Department of Transportation goals are Vision Zero, which is 0 deaths and 0 significant injuries. And I'm wondering, would it be possible to do the white pole thing along that line, like not this close, but just to really designate that this is not a place for trucks to pull over, do any of those things so that we can keep the bicyclists safe, since Larimer County identified that route as a bicycle use route. I don't think it's cost prohibitive. That is something that I would want to know.
And Mr. Lay, I don't know the answer to whether or not that meets a specified standard for, I know there's not a town standard for that type of application. We'll check with Larimer County to see if they have something along those lines. But that's not a typical application, so we'll have to look into it and see what alternatives are available.
Just looking for the bigger picture, right? Down the road, or God forbid somebody gets hurt, then we think to do something to mitigate that. Would like to just prevent that.
Yeah, I understand the intent. We'll certainly take a look at it and have those discussions. Is the planning commission acceptable if town staff evaluates those options and finds that there's not a standard that can be applied to that particular scenario, that we follow best engineering judgment and standards?
Yes.
Okay, we'll ask those questions and see what we can come up with. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all I have for the moment.
Okay. Anybody else on the board? Any questions for any of the presenters?
Oh, I did.
Go ahead, Tim.
I get one question. Sorry. So you're gonna be trucking in water. You don't have an ag well on that property. The water did not come with the land. Obviously, you'd use it if you had it.
Correct. I wish it did, but it does not.
Mm.
But we do have adjudicated wells specifically for that we do own and can draw that water from in 2 different locations.
Okay.
So we
Okay.
do possess the water.
And I added, just again, it's not more of curiosities. What is your timeline for? Obviously, you have a current plant, and I'm not sure if I heard at any point what the time frame is for.
Well, this has taken a little longer than we had anticipated, which is okay. But our goal is to be under construction in late 24 and be operational by April or May of 25.
Thank you. And I guess this is a question for the Larimer County Department of Health, is that, again, some of this stuff is the air modeling and all that. I mean, it seems like they were using the EPA best practices for, I mean, you've looked at these much more, well, than I never have. So, I mean, did you support their study methodology, their analysis and conclusions? Is it pretty, again, typical to what you see and it's sufficient to answer the questions.
Yeah, because we're looking at this as like a preliminary analysis because things may change when they go to the plant. But the same emission thresholds are expected for the same operating permit. They're going to have the same material. They're actually going to, some of their things they're proposing will actually improve the emissions. So overall, the emissions will change and improve when we see the new plant come in. But yes, EPA screening levels are standard for doing a preliminary risk assessment for community members.
Thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any other questions from the board, assuming we don't. All right, guys. Oh, Lisa.
Okay, one more question, I swear, last one. Okay, noise modeling, and I'm not sure who can answer this, but one of the comments was the geographical and natural sound profile differences weren't taken into account between Timnath and Wellington. And so I'm wondering, so how does the sound pressure theory factor in doing that modeling change because of the difference in geographical and natural sound profile differences?
That's a technical question. I think what I can answer though is what we saw from the two different studies is the background sound in Wellington was actually higher. And so that was where it was a bit of a challenge. It was above 55 decibels with no activity on the site at the Wellington location, which made it difficult for those to incorporate the sound levels from the Timnath site to Wellington because it's actually louder in Wellington. Does that answer your question?
I mean, I guess, sort of. So the expectation is that if it's louder here, it's because sound travels differently here. It's crazy. I know.
It's just more background sound from whatever that is, whether that was wind during that day or other things in the environment. But it wasn't that it was just above the 55 decibel where their background sound in Timnath was less. So they couldn't necessarily bring everything over and say, this is what's going to happen. So we just looked at the sound carrying at Timnath and we're able to see what we lost over a distance from our loudest piece of machinery.
But you're still confident, even with the different sound profile, that the berms will mitigate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do a 5-minute recess, guys, before we come back for public comment.
Okay. Recording.
Patty, you good? Okay. Has everybody signed in that wishes to make public comment tonight? Okay, if you get to the end and decide later you want to, we'll still allow it. It's not a problem. I have the sign-in sheets. We're just going to be fair and go right down the list as everybody checked in. We're going to limit it to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, if you feel you need an extension, I'll ask. We'll discuss extensions as we go. So first one up is Jared Cordell. Jared Cordell, you out there? Okay, must not have been important. Matt Geppel.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my comment. Matt Gopel, 9015 Raging Bull Lane in Wellington. I guess I just have a bunch of questions. I don't have any real set speech. So it's my understanding this is right to use. Connell has fulfilled gone through all the regulatory measures. So if this isn't passed, they're going to sue the town of Wellington. That's my understanding. Is that true? Can anyone answer that for me?
Public comment period is not a question answer session. I'm sorry to tell you. This is
Okay,
comments only.
thank you. Okay, Mr. Bird, you were talking about the vision of this town and what goes in line with the vision of this town. I live in Buffalo Creek. Do asphalt plants near your neighborhood increase property values? Is that in line with the vision of the town? Is that in line with the vision of the director of the planning board? So Connell brought their heavy hitters. I mean, there was a lot of data about how clean asphalt plants are. You know, I don't have a whole lot of faith in governmental regulatory bodies, so that doesn't really mean anything to me. I mean, look at what the FDA approves, the cancer-causing crap in our food. I want to talk about photometrics, light pollution, traffic, carbon monoxide was thrown out there. So 250 trucks just for the landfill, semi trucks. I can't remember what Mr. Warren said on March 6th, how many trucks would be coming down Out Canyon Road, down County Road 7. Maybe you can answer that in a bit. That is a lot of semi-diesel pollution. Mr. Warren mentioned earlier that he had gone to the neighboring properties where the site proposal is. I asked him if he talked with Harvest Farm. He said no. He made it seem like Harvest Farm was miles away. No, it's probably a half mile away. Owned by the Denver Rescue Mission. It's a Christian organization that is sober living and has homeless people there. It's essentially a residential area. Ms. Moyer, on the March 6th meeting, you mentioned a charter of this body, a mission statement. I would ask that you repeat that because it's really good. And that's all I really have. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, next up is Aaron Lines. And then on deck, I'll go ahead and call on decks too, so y'all can get ready. It's Andrea, and I apologize, I can't make out the last name, but the address is 6527 Cranesville. You're on deck.
Hi, my name is Erin Lines. I live at 330 Mammoth Court. Thank you guys for letting me speak. I wanted to go back to somebody's claim that there is no definition for toxic chemicals in the land use code. You've spent majority of this time presenting to us toxic chemicals and using EPA as your source for regulatory body, as a source of the regulatory body. So also I found it interesting that you said there's no significant health risk or almost nothing for health effects multiple times in your speeches when you're presenting these chemicals to us, which I found interesting verbiage. So I'm going to use the EPA as a source as well. The EPA recognizes these asphalt chemicals as toxic. So these are chemicals that are produced in the manufacturing of asphalt. Formaldehyde, hexane, phenol, polycyclic organic matter, and toluene, to name a few. Per the EPA, exposure to these toxins may cause cancer, central nervous system problems, liver damage, respiratory problems, and skin irritation. OSHA and similar regulatory bodies in Europe and Australia recognize these components of hot batch asphalt as having the following health effects when exposed: skin rash, fatigue, throat, eye irritation, respiratory disease, cancer, insomnia, etc. OSHA has a quantitative risk assessment that estimates significant risk of lung cancer among workers, providing suggested exposure limits, proving that exposure does equal risk. The EPA determines the toxicity of a substance, referring to its potential harm in living organisms. The above side effects and disease would obviously be defined as harmful. You've acknowledged these substances being used, produced, and emitted in your slides over and over again. Going to some studies, appealing to the property values and harm to health in communities. A study entitled Environmental Health Risks and Housing Values, evidence from 1,600 toxic plant openings and closings. In summary, plant openings led to 11% declines in housing values within a half mile, or a loss of about 4.25 million for these households. And the plant's operation is associated with an increase in the probability of low birth rate within 1 mile. The toxins studied are the same toxins you've brought up in these slides: benzene, cumene, nickel, lead, toluene, which are toxic chemicals the EPA recognizes are produced by asphalt plants.
Take note, these studies found the deleterious effects when communities farther than the proposed setbacks were studied, proving the setbacks that you've proposed to us are not even adequate to protect us. In conclusion, we must follow the science and land code use to guide us. In my research, any of these setbacks are not sufficient to protect us. Therefore, I stringently support Wells County ability to accommodate Connell in the 1 to 3 industrial zone district. Please put this plant far away from communities. There is sufficient data to prove that this would be in violation of the land use code based on the science that the asphalt production does produce and curate toxic chemicals. And one other thing I would like to mention that was brought up in a previous meeting in May was how a fire would be handled if happened on Connell property.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, Andrea, up on deck, Richard Clark.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Andrea Tack, 6527 Cranesville Street. And I noticed in the slides that the site plan showed discharge to the North Pooter irrigation lateral. And I just wanted to make a comment about whether that water was actually being shepherded to the natural waterway or whether that would be diverted by North Pooter irrigation, and whether the source water was, I know you had mentioned coming from an adjudicated source, if that adjudicated source was in fact adjudicated for use at the proposed site. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Hey, Richard Clark. Okay, thank you. Matthew Mullet next, and on deck, Donna Rodriguez.
Matthew Mullet, 3925 Water Lily. I own businesses in this town. I care about this town. I think that one of the things that we're overlooking is this is good business opportunity. This is not sacrificing the town. This is good for the town. It's going to bring other businesses, and we're not giving up any health related stuff for this. But better yet, our home values are going to be good because of other business, streets, and everything that comes from a good company that's trying to pour into this place. My concern is I care about the town as in the growth. We want businesses. People want nice restaurants. They want different things. This is one way it starts. And of course, I would not sacrifice any health reason for that. I live fairly close to this location, so I'm not opposed to it. I think it's great. And I appreciate the applicant's effort, what they've done to just try to go beyond and make sure that this is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Donna Rodriguez up, Risa Connery on deck.
Hi, my name is Donna Rodriguez. I live at 7351 Viewpoint Circle. I have called Wellington my home for 23 years. When I moved into Wellington, County Road 64, which is what I live off of, was not paved. I had to drive on a dirt road with hundreds of divots every day. And then I decided I better just drive through town so I could drive on a paved road. And then I was hoping that one day they would pave that road, and they did eventually. And that was called growth. I have also worked for Connell Resources for 27 years. 10 of those years were right next door to an asphalt plant. I have not heard of one person getting sick in my 27 plus years with the company because of working by an asphalt plant. I have never heard of any health problems. I have never had any myself. We have heard several people talk about being experts in the field and concerns with the environment and stuff, but a lot of that information seems to be misinformation. When I Googled the fact of diesel trains, which go through our town at least twice a day, it had a lot of the same things mentioned, the toxins and emissions from that. But are we going to stop the trains coming through the town? No. The Buffalo Creek neighbors say that they're worried about the smells and emissions. Yet they weren't worried about those things when they built their homes right next to a dairy farm. People have said that Connell Resources has a history of non-compliance with the rules and regulations. They have had exactly one non-compliance in 30+ years. And that was for stopping a test, which was failing due to a mechanical malfunction, and it was self-reported. People are worried about the emissions from the trucks. I was told by our truck boss that all but 6 of the 22 trucks that haul are classified as low emitting vehicles by the state of Colorado. Several people have said the board has made up their minds already without listening to the people and what the people of the town want. Well, the majority of the people who are against this asphalt plant have done the exact same thing. They're not listening to any of the facts or studies that have been presented. They've made up their minds already. Connell is a family employee-owned company. It's not a corporate company that does not care about the people in the town and the employees that work for them. You will not find a more reputable company to have in your neighborhood. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Donna. Okay, Risa Connery up, Lisa Clay on deck.
All right, can you guys hear me in the back? Okay, great. So just starting with something nice, thank you to Connell for commissioning the studies and to the town for listening to public comment, and to some of the commissioners whose questions made it clear that they reviewed the packet and all the information really carefully. So one question I have is why a heavy industrial zone is directly adjacent to a residential zone? Why there's no transitional zone in between? Seems like odd planning. I also had a question about the setback of 1,000 feet, why it's 1,000 and then was reduced to 800 rather than the 2,640. So Mr. Byrd indicated that the town didn't have any definition of what a toxic chemical was, and staff didn't feel that the chemicals emitted were toxic, which seems somewhat unacceptably vague to me. And they voted on those variances back in October 2022 before there was any communication. I mean, the only reason I even knew this was happening is because somebody put a flyer on my door before the March meeting. So I feel like the communication to the community could have been better. This is a comment from Megan Mullen, who, according to the town website, is on the Board of Adjustment. She asked in her comment why there was no environmental impact study or remediation plan. She stated that these are normally a part of the required planning process for other municipalities, but not for Wellington. Regarding some of the data that went into the studies, the Sanborn slide had a windrows chart that didn't really make sense to me. It looked like there was no wind coming from the west or very little, and there were no winds higher than 15 miles per hour, if I interpreted it correctly. So I'm wondering where those data came from, because they seem to be inaccurate. And if all the assessments that followed were based on faulty data, then I would assume that those analyses might also be faulty. Similarly for the noise study, maybe I misunderstood, but was it said that those data came from just a single day and that maybe that was a windy day? Maybe I misinterpreted that. I'm wondering if there was an economic study looking at the projected impact on residential property values. I think that would be really helpful. And I'm curious as to whether there's other third-party expert review of these reports and studies aside from Larimer County Department of Health and Environment. I think that could be really helpful. And just to conclude, I think that the packet shows that the majority of Wellington residents don't want the Connell plant located next to our park and neighborhood. I'm not opposed to asphalt plants or Connell. I have nothing bad to say about the company. I just don't think that this is a good location for it. And I also wish that there was better communication by the town to residents.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa Clay up. Nancy McKay, deck.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me some time to talk. My name is Lisa Clay. I was here 3 months ago. I am the owner of the property. So today, many of you have talked about why now? And I say, well, we've owned the property since before Buffalo Creek was there. It was zoned industrial since before Buffalo Creek was there. We haven't changed. When I spoke last time, after I spoke, I sat down and somebody behind me said, oh, she just cares about the money. Honestly, we haven't even had the property up for sale. If I cared about the money, I'd have tried to sell it 5, 6 years ago when property values in industrial land was really important. But Connell came to us and asked. They happen to have a need, and they happen to be one of the best, I would say, family-owned companies in Larimer County. Looked at the zoning, fits everything that they wanted, went through the process. So I'm not here about the money. I'm here about the principle at this point. We've been in Wellington for 40 years. We were there when that road was dirt. We were there when we, had to literally sometimes take a crane to bring a trailer in because it gets stuck in the mud. And we actually bought the land from County Road 64 to 66 in order to build that buffer from residential to industrial. Okay. And then after we bought it, after it was zoned, Buffalo Creek came. Okay. So you guys, had you read your stuff, had you looked into it, you could have found out what the zoning was and what the allowable uses are. So now to look at us and say that we're doing something wrong doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't seem fair. Okay. Now, it's your choice. You guys have that choice, but they have presented a bang up plan and have presented you the facts to show that what they will do will not be harmful to that community park. We have quite a few employees that live in Buffalo Creek. The last thing we would want to do is harm them. The last thing we would want to do is harm them. So when we look at this, our whole comment is, if you had an issue, why did you buy your house in Buffalo Creek? Seriously, think about it. Because you wanted to live there. You wanted to live there, which I understand. It's a nice neighborhood. But it was zoned industrial next to your place the whole time you've bought your house. Thank you.
And thank you, Lisa. Nancy McKay up. Jerry Brown on deck.
I'm Nancy McKay. I live at 3808 Roosevelt Avenue. I had a lot of things written here. I've learned a lot tonight. I appreciate a lot of letting me speak. One thing I did want to say to the first gentleman that spoke, they're not going to sue this town because they're in a simple real estate agreement with a contingency. We've all been in them. I was on an assessor's board in real estate for a long time. If this falls through, they're not going to sue the town. We have enough on the adjustment board, and I'll tell you tonight, we have secured a lawyer. We will be filing against the adjustment board through the town of Wellington, and they will be notified by the end of next week. I know that there was a woman, I didn't get to sit up front. I'm not with Connell. I had to sit in the back. I am a resident of Wellington. There was a lady here, so I couldn't see. She said that, and I think I wrote this down. I think that she said that the question is not the zoning. That's already been decided. The question is not whether asphalt plant is the right for this site. That's already been decided. It has not been decided. You are a toxic emitting company. And when your seller and when all of you come up here and you're paid people that you have brought here tonight, congratulations on doing your own studies. I mean, really, that's good job. Excellent, excellent work. I like that move. I like that move. I actually like being in court, so I'm okay with this. But when, you have brought up things, we have a situation with your variance through this adjustment board, and there's going to be 100 things this lawyer is going to do. In this, when you have a setback, and in this town, it says that all permanent fixtures, and in our town setback requirement, it states that the nearest projection of a structure from the property line. Look at it, people, in the package. Part of their structure, part of their setback is inside of the structure. Which one of us would be able to go to our HOA and say, well, I want to put on a new bathroom? And they say no, because it comes to the property line and it doesn't meet the setback. I said, well, I'm going to measure that, but let's measure it from the inside of where I want my toilet bowl to the property line, and we'll be able to work it out. And that is exactly what this adjustment board's done. And another thing, I don't want to hear another word about 15-foot berms. 15-foot berms and whatever. Why would they be given a high height adjustment? That's what I would like to ask. Why would you do that to this town? Hold these people's feet to the fire. They are not your friends. That condescending letter that was sent by that seller to this town, everyone needs to take a look at that. Oh, we need an asphalt plant because Wellington can't even pay their bills. Check out the letter that was written by the owner of that property. This company, they stood here tonight and this gentleman said he was not-
Nancy,
he was
you can request an extension.
He's been in touch with the developer that he is adjacent to. Believe it. He's made offers to him.
We're done. Perfect. I would just like to remind everybody that this is not the Board of Adjustments, in case you missed that on the everything we presented tonight. Jerry Brown next, Melissa Whitehouse on deck. Your public comment time is over, Nancy. Be respectful. Or Jerry, is there a Jerry Brown? Jerry Brown? No comment. Thank you, Jerry.
He hasn't even been 3 blocks to look at that site. You're asking this
Please
gentleman how-
sit down and be respectful. At some point, you'll be allowed, Melissa. I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Just waiting for her to sit down. This is Melissa Whitehouse at 3922 Grant Avenue. I live next to the middle school. I'm not here to discuss the site plan. I'm not here to discuss the environmental projections. I'm here to discuss the growth management area. I'm here to discuss the growth management area as it's on page 34, because I couldn't figure out what it was that was disturbing me about that big star in the center of the growth management area. In the center of the growth management area, not on the outer limits of the growth management area, as has been current practice by Connell in Timnath and in Fort Collins. The outer limit of the growth management area has been their practice since the beginning for the last 20 plus 10 years. The outer limits of the growth management area of Timnath for the last 20 years, and the outer limits of the growth management area of Fort Collins for the 10 years before that. Now, what I'm proposing here is that Connell is violating its own precedent. It is in deep conflict with its own precedent. That is a legal term. It is actionable in a court of law. To be in violation of a precedent the town of Timnath didn't set, the town of Fort Collins didn't set. Connell set that precedent and no one else. And you're now in direct violation of that by choosing to locate in the center of a growth management area instead of on the outer limit. And as you can see on page 38, you're describing it 95% of the trips will go north to Owl Canyon Road, directly north to Owl Canyon Road, which is, Owl Canyon Road is the outer limit of our growth management area. So why do you suppose such a bad strategy all of a sudden occurs for this particular site location? Why wouldn't you continue to adhere to your outer limit of the growth management area as you had done your entire history? So what I'm proposing here, because that particular interchange, the 25 and Owl Canyon Road, is now at a tipping point. It's at a tipping point, as far as I understand, for a transit modal hub for Mustang. Mustang is a product of CDOT as well. CDOT is receiving millions of dollars, and so is Larimer County receiving millions of dollars from the infrastructure bill. And the millions of those dollars is going directly to Connell. So these are all taxpayer dollars. I would propose that there is going to be a legal precedent argument in a court of law as to why you have changed from the outer limits of a growth management area to the center. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Next, Dawn Birch. I apologize for not calling you on deck. You're Pat. Okay, thank you, Dawn. Kayla Burgett. On deck is Tom Peterson.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Kayla. I'm going to preface this by saying public speaking is definitely not my forte, so bear with me. But I'm a master's level pediatric and adult cancer nurse. I also have 8 years of research experience, and I'm a Wellington resident. I would like to discuss the applicable health factors that come with this plan. Unfortunately, I will not be able to do this in 3 minutes, so I've decided to instead speak really, really fast and read off what I have. On page 98, the last sentence of paragraph 2 states that the ATDSR, which is a study commissioned by the CDC, concluded that in communities surrounding asphalt plants, there does not appear to be any chemical or compound to pose a public health hazard. This quote is true regarding VOCs, but is not true regarding other toxins such as sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide or metals. This report goes on to say that based on both emission rates and toxicities of the 159 chemicals reportedly emitted from asphalt plants, the compounds most capable of posing a health hazard in communities were sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides and carbon monoxide. Under some circumstances, aldehydes such as acrolein, particulates such as quartz dust, and some metals might also pose some concern. Chemicals such as sulfur dioxide and aldehydes are highly reactive and at sufficiently high levels can cause irritation to the eyes and upper respiratory system. Particulates such as quartz are released by HMA plants, penetrate the lungs, and cause inflammation and fibrosis if inhaled at sufficiently high levels. Additionally, this study looked into clustered community complaints of headaches to determine if asphalt plants could have an effect on the headache trends in the community. They concluded that the emissions factors a typical batch plant produces 6.5 tons of carbon monoxide and 1,650 tons of carbon dioxide. Using these output rates and modeling conditions, it is possible that people may experience headaches from carbon monoxide for a little more than 1/2 a mile from the facility and up to 4 miles from the facility. Okay, so that was all from the CDC sanctioned ASTDR study that was on page 98 of the report. Okay, so going back to Wellington, the carbon monoxide released was 19.5 tons per year. That's on page 294 of the report. Going back to the study, 6.5 tons was capable of causing headaches in communities up to 4 miles away. Dr. Zemba and our health and environment representative told us that these plants fall far below the regulatory levels, so our safety is top concern. If this is true, then explain to me the headache clusters. Additionally, how can we consider the air quality study valid when considering key variables such as differences
Can
I
you
have,
wrap,
like, 30 more
Kayla, can you wrap it
seconds?
up quickly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Differences in temperature of March compared to July or August. And chemicals that reach a vapor point faster and higher temperatures. It also increases motility. Wind speed was also not discussed well in the report. I think most of us Wellington residents can agree that the wind in March of this year was significantly less than previous years. I'm not questioning the expertise of the specialist. I'm just asking that we at least understand the variables.
Thank you, Kayla. Tom Peterson up. Jason Waldo on deck.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tom Peterson, and I'm the director of the Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association. We're the statewide trade association representing the asphalt industry of Colorado. I grew up in the industry, spent 35-year career in the industry, and I'm our point person with our industry liaison with the Department of Public Health, the Air Pollution Control Division, the Stationary Sources Branch, and specifically the Enforcement and Compliance unit. Three quick comments in the time that I have. When comments have been raised with respect to toxins, cancer-causing pollutants, hazardous, it's quantified and defined in your permits. That's where it is stipulated and restricted and measured and monitored and required by the operator. When you heard earlier tonight, minor sources, why minor sources? If you go back years to what you see today, Connell's plant, state of the art and best management practices, the big four, and they have all four: counterflow drums, emission recovery system, natural gas fuel, baghouse systems. It's an excellent facility operating in an excellent manner, and Connell is an industry leader committed to being a good neighbor. That's point number one. Number two is the issue of our industry as a heavily regulated industry. Every permit is to do two things. One is to ensure clean air and to protect public health. And as an industry, we get a scorecard every year on how many inspections. Inspections can be spot, random, scheduled, or complained. And we get a scorecard, how we have done as an industry. And if this is your permit requirement on each of those, formaldehyde, benzene, whatever it is, most, if not all, are operating within a fraction of that as an industry because of the technologies that are being used. Real quickly, there are 65 asphalt plants in 42 counties all around the state of Colorado. We help build the American dream. We're with ready mix operations, stone, sand, and gravel to allow affordable, high quality construction of homes and developments. The setback, there are nearly every plant in Colorado is neither near a school, a subdivision, a home, or a stream, or a creek, or a river, and all of them to ensure public health. For example, we provided a letter that included 3 examples: the Martin Marietta plant in Colorado Springs, the Schmidt plant in Castle Rock, the Wholesome plant in Denver, within 700 feet, 500 feet, 400 feet of subdivisions. Look at the Keene plant, Simon, on County Road 5, right across the street from a school. So again, the permits are set to protect public health, and asphalt plants are operating at a fraction of that, including the Connell plant here and was proposed. So thank you for your time and appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Tom. Jason Waldo up. Ben Trabing deck. Ben Trabing on deck. I think it's Trabing. I apologize if I batched it.
Thank you, Planning Commission, for coming for such an enjoyable evening. So this is our family farm right here, right next to this. And so as a teenage boy, I helped farm this land, and it was our family's desire to keep this in a nice open field to raise crops for perpetuity. But 22 years ago, that ship sailed. It became zoned industrial. So from that point on, our family wondered what was going to happen. And a year ago, we found out about the possibility of the Connell plant coming. At that point, we did our research and we started having meetings and started talking to people. We've had 6 different meetings with this man to describe exactly what he's gonna do. We've addressed all of the issues. So what comes into quality of life, since we're right next door? Dust mitigation. Is there gonna be dust in the air? Well, it's gonna be watered, so there's no dust. Sound mitigation of the Jake breaks. One way first, then agreed to the second way. Landscape berms, trees planted. The most important thing that I don't think people concentrate on enough is the hours of operation compared to what could come into this industrial area. So this is mainly a Monday through Friday company, day shift, non-weekends, not evenings. And by the way, this doesn't operate for several months of the year. So that being said, I've watched this company through all the proposals bend over backwards for the neighborhood. Even to the point where they've taken down the name on the side of the silo, which commercial branding, no one ever does that, but they've said, we'll do it. We'll do whatever it takes in order to blend in. So my family could not be happier and could not support more this good neighbor coming in to the neighborhood. We are in complete support. Thank you. I still got a minute.
Can you restate your name for us?
Jason Waldo.
Thank you, Jason.
Right next door.
Ben Trabing, I apologize if I botched that one. The handwriting's a little fuzzy. Jade Cohen on deck.
So I would first like to make a request to get an extension in the time. I'm a meteorologist and an atmospheric scientist, so I'm a little bit more qualified to talk about some of these air emission studies.
How much additional time are you
Maybe
requesting?
4 or 5 minutes, and then that person next to me won't have to talk.
I can give you 3 additional minutes.
Okay, I'll go for it. So my name is Ben Trabing. I live at 3147 Ali Bar Drive in Wellington. I spoke briefly at the last meeting. I'm an expert in atmospheric science. I have both a master's and a PhD in atmospheric science from Colorado State University. And first off, in the staff comments on page 11 of the packet, there seems to still be questions regarding whether or not asphalt plants should trigger the land code use for the production and curation of toxic chemicals. From the staff comments, it was stated that all the ingredients, the liquid asphalt, as well as the aggregates that go into making the hot asphalt, are not considered dangerous or harmful. And that is true, but you could also make that same statement for any of the ingredients that go into making a Molotov cocktail or any other explosive device. That is not necessarily a true statement, and it doesn't make those devices any less dangerous. It was also stated that the asphalt could really only be considered dangerous because it is heated to very hot temperatures. But then again, that is wrong. It's like saying that fire is only dangerous because it's really hot. It misses the point. Just like fire emits smoke, which is the most dangerous part of fire, hot asphalt releases harmful compounds such as benzene, formaldehyde, sulfates, just to name a few, into the atmosphere. These emissions, let's be clear, they do not come from the burning of the natural gas. That is mostly the carbon monoxide, the steam that was reported before. What is actually being emitted from the asphalt itself are these harmful compounds. And that is an important distinction because the asphalt releases the toxic compounds when it is heated. The hotter it gets, the more it emits. So you can't treat the cooled asphalt that's outside the same as you can the hot asphalt. Therefore, the production of heated asphalt should be treated as the production and curation of toxic chemicals. And the land use code 40321B needs to be applied in order to approve this plant. In addition, the land use code 304.2C also states that dust, fumes, odors, smoke vapor, and noise shall be confined to the site. Now, the current proposal has the asphalt plant buildings, the main pollutant areas, into the northeast part of the lot. And if you look at the air dispersion modeling study, despite all the flaws and limitations, which if I have time, I'll talk about, this, if you actually take a look at it, it shows that the site is not large enough to contain all of the fumes produced by the plant. This statement is true regardless with which emission compound you actually look at. For example, PM10 on page 3 or 4 of your packet, all of the contours for PM10 are on the neighboring properties. And what about other compounds like formaldehyde? Formaldehyde is water soluble, meaning it's going to collect in the rain, it's going to fall out. If you look at that dispersion model, all of that is occurring to the properties next door. So the water testing that they're doing on site does not matter. All the formaldehyde is going to be away from the site. So based on the limitations of this site plan with the batch plant confined to the northeast corner of the property, the proposal cannot be accepted because it does not actually meet that land use code, but all the fumes and toxins remain on site. So I also want to talk about the air dispersion model study, if I can get another 3 minutes. So the study uses the average pollutants over 1 year to insert into the model. And that does not address the reasonable worst case scenario that it actually says it does, because the plant does not operate 24/7. It does not operate during the winter time. It's only 5 days a week. It doesn't operate at night. So those values are actually going to be substantially higher during the time where it is actually emitting any pollution. So a reasonable worst case scenario, considering the maximum hourly emissions, was not actually produced within that modeling dispersion study. And as such, all the values there are going to be biased too low. Second, the results are presented as yearly averages for the park, the school, and the residential areas to the west. This does not adequately assess our risk for airborne toxins. For example, let's consider the residential area to the west. The winds are only going to be blowing the emissions there about 10% of the time when we do have an easterly wind blowing to the west. Wellington, that's based on Wellington's climatology. And this means that during those times when the winds are actually blowing that direction, the values of toxins in the air are going to be 10 to 100 times larger than what is actually listed in that report. Put another way, this report is like saying it's okay to go to the beach today if you're on vacation in Florida, because the average number of hurricanes in the Atlantic is about 6 per year. It misses the point. It only takes that one hurricane when it's headed directly for you. And that's what this report is missing. In addition, the data that this study actually used was from 2006. That was the atmospheric data it used. The atmospheric data that we have now is a lot better than what was available in 2006. And to prove this point, actually look at that windrow diagram. Someone else mentioned this as well on slide 34 of the packet. So the last couple of days, we've actually had easterly to southeasterly winds at 8 to 11 miles per hour. Those are never accounted for in that study. I don't know what data they use, but they are not representative of the actual conditions that we face in Wellington. And the maximum easterly southeasterly winds they did test, they always were less than 5 miles per hour. And that's a problem. We have a common saying in the atmospheric community, when testing models and looking at the data, garbage in means garbage out. And the health assessment study actually uses this inaccurate data from the air dispersion modeling studies to say that there's no health risk. Actually, on page 257, they use the average concentrations as listed them as the highest modeled concentrations. Again, that's a flaw in the study, and it is going to essentially bias all of those results too low. The air dispersion study cannot be used to justify the construction of this plant because it does not say that there's no risk. There's a number of limitations to the study, and I don't even have time to talk about all of them. The only thing this emission study truly proves is that hazardous airborne pollution is produced, it is emitted and goes off-site to the property, and that's in violation of the land use code. One of the conditions for the BOA's setback reduction to 800 feet is that this planning committee actually approves the site plan. But you need to reject the site plan because it is directly in contrast to the land use code. It is too close to the residential areas given the toxicity, and the emissions are not going to be confined to the site itself, which it says.
Thank you, Ben. Jade Cowan up. Jade Cowan. You're good. Awesome. Thank you. Sarah Mitchell. And then Chad Mitchell on deck.
Hi, my name's Sarah Mitchell, and I live at 6915 Grassy Range Drive in Sage Meadows. I live in Sage Meadows and I work here in our town as a teacher. I also have 2 children. I think Wellington is a developing community that has become a very desirable place to live. However, an asphalt plant does not help our community to grow. The asphalt plant being next to a park, next to our school, releasing toxins into the air does not help our community. It does not help the value of our homes. Connell Resources currently operates out of Tinmouth. If you follow the news, they have had a pretty hard time with the residents there, wanting them to leave. For obvious reasons, an asphalt plant is not desirable. Tinmouth residents and the town have greater financial means of to make operating there more difficult. So Connell thought they could pull a fast one on the town of Wellington and get it approved here. Well, shame on you, Connell Resources, for asking for a variance to be closer to families, closer to schools, closer to children. In a comment letter submitted by Advanced Tank and construction signed by the CEO, Lisa Clay, apparently they're selling the property to Connell. And based on the letter, it sounds like the sale is contingent upon Connell getting a permit from the town of Wellington. The letter also lays out numerous items that Connell would do if permitted. If you look into what ATC does as a business, you'll likely see that they will benefit financially from the sale to Connell as well. There are better uses for this land, and I can't believe that it is still zoned heavy industrial. I have spoken with a couple people that live in town and have worked at asphalt plants in other states. They warned of the vastly negative impacts the plant would have on our community. Expand the greenway up through this property, bring in a recreation business to this property, bring a store that we need, bring something that would attract visitors and attract residents to our town. Approving the asphalt plant will make Wellington a dump. The landfill is already moving up here. The town has water quality issues. Don't bring another health and human safety issue to our town. There are better places for the asphalt plant to be located, away from residential areas. The aggregate is already coming from Carr. Open the plant up that way. Why are they not looking at Carr to open their plant? Let's not let large corporations steamroll us. Will Connell be okay if they have to locate someplace else? Yes, they will be. Will Advanced Tank Construction be okay if they don't make this sale? Yes, they will be okay. However, will the residents of Wellington, will our community be okay? No, we will not.
Fair enough. Okay. Chad's up. Apologies again. Grim Rambler on deck.
Good evening, board. My name is Chad Mickshaw. I live in Sage Meadows. I have a master's degree in hydraulic science and I've spent the past 15 years working as a hydrologist and engineer, analyzing environmental impacts and water resource impacts in relation to land use authorizations similar to this. Based on the land use code, section 101.1 subpart A, it states that the zoning regulations are designed to promote the health, safety, values, and general welfare of town residents. Asphalt plant does not meet that goal. Additionally, land use code section 403.21 titled industrial heavy subpart A, facility shall be located at least 1,000 feet from any residential district. This subpart was not adhered to and a variance was granted. What analysis and decision-making went into this? Subpart B of that same section states heavy industrial facilities producing and curating toxic chemicals shall be located 2,640 feet from residential districts as currently zoned too. The key language in that section is to produce and curate toxic chemicals, nothing more. The Connell asphalt plant curates toxic chemicals by altering and adding them to produce asphalt. The plant also produces toxic chemicals and emits them into the air. No additional analysis is needed. It produces and curates toxic chemicals. All these air studies are not needed. It seems from the beginning of this process, there's been a lack of transparency. I live in town. I haven't gotten any mailings about zoning changes. I haven't received any notifications to attend a meeting from the town. Connell Resources back in October 27, 2022 went in front of the board to request a variance for this property. On that board was a gentleman named Wyatt Knutson. Wyatt Knutson not only works, but is the vice president and regional manager for CTL Thompson. CTL Thompson was then retained and hired by Connell Resources in the site plan. How is that not a conflict of interest? Wyatt Knutson and his company directly financially benefited from granting that variance. And Mr. Carmen, you're on the Board of Adjustments too? Is that correct? Yep. Yep. So you were on the Board of Adjustments, approving the variance. Now you're here in front of us, potentially voting to approve this too. That doesn't seem right. I would suggest this goes back to the Board of Adjustments and redone without that member in place.
Thank you, Chad. I'm sorry if I botched your name. Is it Grim? It is not Grim. I didn't think so.
Is Aaron.
Aaron, gotcha. Aaron, I apologize.
No worries.
Aaron's up. Brittany Cohen, you're next.
Hello, my name is Aaron Rambler. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My address 3763 River Birch Street. I'm here to implore you to deny this site plan based on the land use code setback of 2,640 feet minimum for a business admitting toxic chemicals. Connell tonight has said that they produce minor levels of majorly toxic chemicals. Minor meaning that they have less emissions, thus less regulations. But lucky for us, our land use code does not stipulate the difference between minor and major levels. All toxic chemical emissions require the setback. I find it shocking that the Board of Adjustments pushed issues of 15-foot berms for 70-foot stacks and signage requirements, but passed the buck to you on the issues of toxic chemicals producing setbacks. The information that we have gathered and confirmed with a lawyer supporting a number of concerned citizens in this room is that you have the legal obligation to uphold the land use code setbacks pertaining to toxic chemicals. You say you're not the adjustment board, but you do have the power to turn this application back to that board. Send this site plan back and deny the pending approvals that Mr. Bird mentioned initially based on the proper setbacks for a business that emits toxic chemicals. As Mr. Bird says, there is no definition for toxic chemical in the setback land use code. No definition means legally anything that's toxic. The Connell lawyer says this adjustment is already approved. But again, Mr. Bird clearly stated that the codes that were bent for Connell are still pending this committee's approval. Again, you have the power. Please send this back. I've read the packet, and among many of the concerning misrepresentations, a standout is the threat letter from the existing property owner, where they mention the town's budget shortages and then threaten legal action if there's any hindrances to their sale. Please do not underestimate the resolve of the concerned citizens of this community. We do have legal recourse if the land use code setbacks are not properly adhered to, and we are prepared to see this legal battle through, whatever's required to protect this community. I will add, since Connell lawyer so nicely mentioned adhering to the town's vision for the comprehensive plan, the town's 2022 to 2024 strategic plan vision statement states that this town strive to make Wellington one of the best small towns in America to live, work, and raise a family. And nobody wants to raise their family in a toxic town. Thank you for your time.
Brittany Cohen up. Ayla Lettiskow, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Cowan. I live at 3857 Mount Hope Street. Connell's proposed site plan does not meet the adopted land use code. The very first point of the code states to promote the health, safety, values, and general welfare of town residents. As shown in the many pages of public comment, this proposed site plan will not promote the health, safety, values, or general welfare of town residents. The Board of Adjustment minutes state, and I quote, "Negative, granting the variance would reduce the requirements for setbacks and heights that are intended to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. This is a direct violation of the land use code, and this proposed site application should be denied." Second, as stated in section 304.2 of the land use code for the industrial district, section C states, any use in this district shall conform to the following requirements. Dust, fumes, odors, smoke, vapor, and noise shall be confined to the site. As shown in the air Dispersion and noise models provided by Connell, fumes, odors, vapors, and noise will not be confined to their site. Remember when Mr. Warren shared the photo of the vapor coming out of the stack? Again, this is a direct violation of the land use code. As stated many times, the byproducts of this plant are indeed toxic chemicals. The definition of toxic is one word: poisonous. Please refer to the many pages of proof showing that the proposed asphalt plant does in fact produce toxic chemicals as a byproduct of asphalt production. Additionally, you'll find Connell's own comments as quoted. Data provided through studies and assessments demonstrate the asphalt plant will have a de minimis effect on public health. So from their own statement, it will, in fact, have an impact on public health and likely much greater than they claim. Again, this is a direct violation of the land use code. Lastly, and most importantly, is the fact that the Board of Adjustments has not granted approval of the 2 requested variances by Connell. The variances are conditionally approved based on 6 requirements. The most important condition is that the variances will only be granted based upon your approval of the proposed site plan. You do have the power and the legal authority to deny the site plan. You have the responsibility to uphold the land use code in which this proposed site does not comply with. By declining this site plan, you will stop the approval of the variances and save the health, safety, values, and general welfare of town residents. Connell, know that we, the residents of Wellington, will not back down from this, no matter what it takes. This is our town. This is where our children grow up. This is our livelihood. Please, members of the Planning Commission, remember what you're here for: to promote the health, safety, values, and general welfare of town residents, not corporations. Do not approve this site plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brittany. Ayla, you're up. Ben, let us go next.
My name is Ayla Leistico. I'm at 8605 Citation Court. At the March 6th meeting, this board saw emails from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment stating the main hazardous air pollutants that this plant emits. Emit is a very powerful word that they used. It means produce and discharge. At the May 1st meeting, this board received a document from the Colorado Department of Public Health that states hazardous air pollutants are also known as toxic air pollutants or air toxics. You also saw the Colorado article where the Larimer County Health Department stated this plant does produce air toxics. Now at this meeting, the applicant themselves submitted documents proving they produce toxic chemicals. On page 250 of the packet, the applicant's document states key air toxics and names every single one this plant produces. It doesn't matter how safe the concentrations are. Our land use code says it must simply produce and curate toxic chemicals. The land use code does not state developed residential zoning. It simply states residential zoning. This plant can also go to unincorporated Larimer County, and I should include the county never said they don't have the resources. Greeley also has an industrial site with room for an asphalt plant. A heavy industrial plant that produces toxic chemicals has no business being 800 feet from residential zoning. In the paperwork for the Board of Adjustments, you can see that Connell requested a variance for the wrong setback. Connell chose to not be honest about their toxic chemicals. The variances were also conditional. The variances have not been approved and will not be until the site plan is approved. This planning board has the power to apply any condition to this site plan. You need to right this wrong and apply the correct setback. The staff recommendation is telling this board to ignore the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Larimer County Health Department, and our land use code. As a resident, that is unacceptable. This board needs to deny the site plan due to the multiple land use code violations, or at least approve with a condition that the correct setback of 2,640 feet applies. I do also have one question just to put out there. For the thresholds for the toxic air dispersion studies, are those for healthy adults, elderly, children, or infants? Okay, thanks.
Hey, Ben. Rachel Hayes, you're on deck.
My name is Ben Leistico. I'm at 8605 Citation Court, and I'd like to thank you all for your time and staying with us tonight. The first thing I had is an observation. The two people that got up and spoke saying that they've been around asphalt plants all their lives or 20 years of their life had an audible wheeze, which I thought was interesting. For my comments. This board participated in the town's comprehensive plan, and I thought the community cohesion part was outstanding. And it states, we take pride in our community by providing safe and attractive neighborhoods oriented around parks, trails, amenities, and public spaces, and by offering for our community to shop, gather, and celebrate. A key call out from that comprehensive plan was to promote air quality in and around Wellington to ensure air quality is maintained and we continue to grow. The data from this air dispersion study is over 10 years old, and this does not seem to be indicative of a good partner for air quality, especially as they've been in the news with Timnis and the proposed plant there. Finally, Connell at best is a push in the comprehensive plan and at worst fails to meet the goals. The only way to truly help the town is for Connell to be required to get the right variances. This planning board should add a condition requiring Connell to seek a variance for producing and curating toxic chemicals. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, man. Rachel Hayes. Rachel, you out there? Okay, last one on the sign up sheet is Debbie Condos. If anyone decided while we're doing public comment, they want to speak, come up to the podium. I'll just have you sign in real quick, but we'll go ahead and allow it if there's any stragglers. Debbie Condos.
My name is Debbie Condos. My husband and I live at 8994 Raging Bull Lane. And this is to Mr. Warren and to your very disrespectful employees in the back section there. Obviously, it doesn't matter how many permits you have or tests that you run each day. Stuff happens. Train accidents happen, spewing toxic chemicals. The fact remains that you were out of compliance, emissions compliance for 4 solid months. 4 months. You're shaking your head no. That's exactly what the cash settlement that you signed said. My husband and I purchased our dream home. It was our final investment for our retirement. So now, to Mr. Byrd, someone else mentioned this too, but why didn't you notify all of Wellington residents? Send out a flyer via email or postal service to let all Wellington residents know. My husband and I believe that 75 to 80% of Wellington residents still don't even know that an asphalt plant is going to possibly be placed north of town in town limits, which is going to affect the entire town. Why did Fred and I, citizens of Wellington for 15 years, have to find out about the plant from a note placed under our doormat? Thank you, Ayla. And then you wonder why in these meetings, why emotions run high. Because we didn't know. It was, it was horrible to find out that way. How can we possibly trust our town fathers, people that are working for us and protecting us, to not even let us know something this big is going to happen? The air that we breathe, our quality of life in our backyards. There was a dentist in Fort Collins who has an asphalt plant that moved in without he and his neighbors knowing about it. And he said they can no longer enjoy their backyards in the summertime because the odor from the plant is so wretched. If any of you want to purchase signs, I have some no asphalt plants in our neighborhood signs for sale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Anyone else? Going once, going twice, no takers. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion and bring it back to the board. Commissioner Moyer had asked about questions versus comments earlier. So if you have remaining questions after the public comment, I think now's the time.
I have comments versus questions. So you let me know when you want those.
I think now.
Now, okay. Let me go back and I'll just start with what Matt, can you hear me back there? So Matt had asked for me to repeat what I shared at the March meeting. So I'll start with that. The role of the Planning Commission is to form recommendations based on the promotion of the community's health, safety, and welfare in the future. Consider all research and information when forming a recommendation or making a decision. Respect all views and treat everyone equally. Give citizens a meaningful opportunity to participate. Focus on the bigger picture. Goal setting for the commission in order to achieve long-term accomplishments. So that's what I shared. What I'm hearing from all of you is that you don't feel like you've been given an opportunity to participate in enough time. I also wanted to share something that's in our Planning Commission booklet in terms of recommended findings of fact. And I'll just share the ones that I'm not sure we can really say we comply with at this time. Zoning and uses of properties nearby. I feel like this possibly goes against that. Gain to the public health, safety, and welfare by the possible diminution in value of applicant's property as compared to the hardship imposed on the applicant if the request is denied. Opposition or support of neighborhood residents. Conformance of the requested change to the town's master or comprehensive plan. So as I was going through the packet today, I'll try to go through these quickly. I made some notes for myself. Definitely looking at the land use code and zoning regulations in accordance with 40321B. We've heard a lot about toxic chemicals. This is what it boils down to me. Several times, and I can cite page numbers here, in both the reports and the summaries from professionals, it has been acknowledged that toxic chemicals are produced or procured. That, to me, period. So if that is the case, we need to look at the setbacks. And I would question still why they are not from the property line. So I'll go to my notes. Page 93, the fact that the government regulates emissions acknowledges that they produce toxins, which should figure additional setbacks. Page 94 of the packet, recognized by the EPA as minor sources of air pollution, again, recognizes the fact. There are caveats cited several times in the reports that talk about the time frame in reference to different factors for said reports. A lot of the comparisons, for instance, the stove comparisons, were to vintage wood stoves, not our current stoves. So to me, these reports, many of them seem irrelevant to what we're talking about today in 2023, based on the outdated information or the outdated sources of information. Page 183, toxins are produced, period. Page 199, symptoms in Salisbury, North Carolina, which is very close to where I'm from. And this I have, and someone mentioned it in public comment. What about our most vulnerable? How far were these communities? Again, setbacks. Page 201, potential health risks. If I'm going to smoke a cigarette, I'm not comfortable giving that cigarette to a child. The risks for you are not mine to take. Page 208, greater risk for children, and that's a quote. We're talking about parks. We're talking about neighborhoods. We're talking about an elementary school. Page 209, it says, the data is not well understood, so it's prudent to reduce levels where possible. So why would we take any action to increase them by any amount? Page 239, headaches experienced little more than half-mile from the facility. Again, someone mentioned the clustered headaches. Page 263, the wind blows from the plant to the highest populated areas, and that's a quote. Again, thank you to our, forget what called yourself there, atmospheric scientist, for the additional information on wind. And then page 334 is a list of literally all of the pollutants, toxics, and hazardous chemicals produced. So I would just ask my fellow commissioners to consider all of that information. And if you need me to elaborate on any of my thoughts, I'm happy to do so.
Thanks, Laura. We're also going to give the applicant and Laramie County Health a chance to respond to any of the public comment if they wish to do so. Mr. Warren, we'll go ahead and start with you if you want to make any rebuttals to that. The podium's yours, or any of your staff as well.
Actually, as the applicant, I think due process requires that we go last. Could I invite the Laramie County Health representative to speak ahead of us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. White. Only if you feel the need to respond to any of the public comments.
Some of the public had questions.
Yeah, they did. Well, and I will be clear, the modeling is not required for this level of permit through Air Pollution Control Division. So asphalt plants were delisted from major sources of hazardous air pollutants back in 2002. So they don't require these extensive air dispersion modeling. And when the state does require this air dispersion modeling, they will include historical data for meteorology, and they also include historical background levels for emissions in this area. But in this case, because of the controls and the thresholds that will be, I'm trying to think how to, because of the limited amount of emissions coming from this plant, air pollution control will most likely not require air dispersion modeling for this permit. There is a chance because of the location to communities that they would take public comment, but they have specific criteria to address. So I just want you guys, I want to be honest about that up front. And then I don't know all of the studies. We have to be honest. We don't know all of the studies about asphalt plants. There are a lot of older ones out there. There are a lot that don't have modern technology used. There's a lot that do use modern technology. I don't know all of them that have been quoted tonight. So unfortunately, I can't talk to it. But yes, benzene, toluene, ethylene, xylene, they're BTEX compounds that are known to be carcinogens. And you have to control them or else they could get to levels that could cause cancer, that could cause short-term health impacts, such as the irritation, the lung respiratory damage, things like that. We have we don't use worker exposure in these community assessments. I do want you guys to know that's a time-weighted average more. It's more for an 8-hour workday on site versus community exposures, which are less time in that environment and concentrated. So I appreciate OSHA and NIOSH and all those relevant standards, but they are more related to worker emissions. And then some of the best data for some of these modeling dispersions is to use the lowest wind concentrations. Just you want more stagnant conditions. Higher wind would dilute the emissions, so we wouldn't get an accurate reading. We prefer to actually see some of the worst meteorology like that would cause concentrations, so that more stagnant, the 5 miles per hour, and maybe the less common wind patterns, because if it's always coming from the west, then it wouldn't show some of these impacts that we're looking for. So, and I don't know if that helps at all, but CDPHE's Air Pollution Control Division and the toxicology program did help us evaluate this.
air dispersion modeling. And yes, if they were requiring this, they would require a couple of additional factors used like the background, and that they would be the ones to approve the modeling, the meteorology numbers and things like that if they were requiring modeling, but they won't be.
And can you clarify that your work is independent of Connell?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, and I am sitting up front because they reserved me a seat. So I want people to know that I'm not, it's all part of, we work with Connell as an inspector on behalf of the state. We have to follow up with all odor complaints and things of that nature. And we do evaluate things like upsets and like these non-compliance issues, the one that was issued by Air Pollution Control Division in 2022. So we're part of all those.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Have a second to get organized. It'll go faster that way, I promise. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, once again, Carolyn White on behalf of the applicant, Connell Resources. I want to bring everything back to the criteria that we're talking about, the site plan criteria. And I know that a lot of the conversation has focused on the air quality issues and the linkage to the general concept of public health, safety, and welfare, which certainly is stated in the land use code. It's at the very beginning of the land use code, and it says these zoning regulations are designed to promote the health, safety, values, and general welfare of the town residents. The idea being that when the town as a whole adopted this code, they adopted the code and made the choices of what standards to incorporate in the code with those considerations in mind. And they did so according to the town's police power to regulate, which is what the phrase health, safety, and welfare refers to. It's the town's municipal police power that gives the town the authority to adopt these regulations. But the regulations, once adopted in and of themselves, stand for the standards that the town has decided best promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the regulations. So that's the first comment I want to make. It's not an independent standard in and of itself. It's the standard from which it's the goal from which and the power from which all the other standards in the code flow. And when I think to all the public comments that were made tonight, those that relate specifically to the land use criteria for a site plan that I want to focus on are those that are arguing that some alternative setback must be applied because there's been discussion of toxic chemicals, curating toxic chemicals. One of the things that gets lost in the discussion of all the definitions and hazardous and what's the standard level and so on is the fact that the regulations themselves, which rely on the state system for issuing permits for this use and other similar uses, by setting the levels at the standard, at the levels that they set when they issue those permits, that determines what is being considered hazardous for purposes of those uses. And so if you think back to the chart, for example, that was presented by the Larimer County Health Department, which is using data that was in our charts and they're all the same. She had the two columns that showed what the EPA standard is and then what a more maybe modest CDPHE standard would have been or a more safe standard would have been. And then on the right-hand column were the three actual projected numbers based on the study that was produced by the air dispersion study. And one thing that might not have been brought out in that is that across the board, all of the numbers in the air dispersion modeling study were way lower than the maximum safe recommended level, depending on whether it's EPA or CDPHE or some other recommended safe level. So low, in fact, that we're talking tiny fractions of a percent. And that's what Steve was talking about when he presented the results of his report to you. And so what we're talking about here, and there's several letters, and I'll try to find the page numbers if it's important, that were submitted that specifically talk about how the levels of air emissions of the chemicals in question here, toluene, benzene, et cetera, are comparable to those emitted by a gas station or a fast food use, all of which you already have within the town. And so if they are toxic enough that their presence in and of itself, even if it's at minuscule, barely measurable levels, which are well below the minimum or the maximum required exposure, that a 2640 setback should be applied, then it should be applied uniformly to all uses which potentially emit any amount, no matter how immeasurable, of those chemicals. And so the point being that if you're going to apply the land use code here, you need to apply it uniformly to all potential sources, no matter how small. And I don't think that's how you have been doing it. And that's certainly not how it's been approached here. Rather, we went along with the actual definition in the code of what the type of use is. And that's what resulted in the setback that was determined by the Board of Adjustment. So that was the first land use code issue that I wanted to mention. And then I guess lastly, just reminding the members of the Planning Commission, you know, what's unlike a court of law, where us lawyers sometimes think we like to operate. In this proceeding, anyone can say anything they want. Anyone can introduce anything that they want to as evidence. There's no restriction on what comes in. Rather, you all get to weigh the credibility of all the evidence that's presented to you and decide whether it weighs in favor of the finding that the criteria are met versus not finding that the criteria are met. And you get to decide how much weight to give credentialed experts who have provided data and reports and have presented themselves to answer questions, and the equivalent of Google research on the internet. And some of the information presented that falls into the category of the latter is about irrelevant sites because they're in China, or they might be bigger, or they might be smaller, or they might be totally different. We have presented actual data about this actual site in this location based on actual studies presented by experts in the last 2 months. So very, very current data. So I just wanted to provide that sort of contrast about the data that's been presented to you and the information that's presented to you, all of which is well above and beyond the standards that are actually required for your decision-making in terms of a site plan. So we thank you for that opportunity to present this information to you and for your consideration of this matter. And again, ask for your approval of the site plan.
Thank you, Ms. White. We're to closing comments from staff. Cody, I'll turn it back over to you, and maybe we'll do one last round of questions if there's anything up here that anybody needs to get off.
I'm not going to go back over ground that some of the others have already responded to, but there were a couple questions that I highlighted that were more applicable to the planning commissioner process. One of the questions I noted was the question as to why there is an industrial zoning next to residential. And in this particular location, the property in question is zoned industrial, has been zoned industrial since annexed and zoned in 2001. The adjacent residential zoning was applied for after and annexed and zoned in, I believe it was 2006 timeframe. And at the time those decisions were being made, there was no separation standard in the town's codes. And so, having not been here myself, probably none of the current commissioners having been involved in those processes, I can't say why those things happened, but we did hear loud and clear during our comprehensive plan and land use code update process that there was a desire to create separation for future developments. So that hopefully was an attempt to answer the why. Those were existing conditions based on past approvals. There was another question or comment made to some prior written public comments, I believe, as to why there's not an environmental assessment and remediation plan for this type of a proposed use. Wellington's town standards don't have requirements for environmental assessments or remediation plans for any of our defined uses. That's certainly something we can think about in the future. That is the reason they weren't required is because we don't have that requirement for anything in our town currently. And I think it's also noteworthy to the term remediation plan. I know that term came up a couple of times in other public comments as well. And remediation is typically identified with contamination, and on a site that doesn't have any prior uses on it except for agricultural and some outdoor storage. It's not our belief that there is any contamination that needs to be remediated. I think possibly a better term might have been reclamation plan, which is more commonly associated with mining and extraction activities. So I think there's maybe some terminology there that wasn't clear. And I wanted to point out too, I think it was stated in the applicant's presentation, I know it's in the staff report, that there's no extraction operations proposed on this site, and that would not be allowed. So just wanted to make sure that that point was made clear. And I think those were the couple highlights that didn't get answered before. There was a question to staff as to why all of town isn't notified of potential applications, and the town's land use code and public hearing procedures are defined in the land use code. It states that notices are provided in a number of ways, including publishing an article in the town's official newspaper, which is the Fort Collins Coloradoan. That's published 15 days prior to public hearing date. Signs are posted on site prior to a public hearing, and notices are sent to owners of property within 500 feet of the application site. And the town continuously posts our meeting agendas on the town's website when those become available. So those are the defined ways in which public hearings are advertised. I would point out that those procedures were followed for the Board of Adjustment public hearing process, and other public hearings have been advertised since then. And I think it might create some confusion, but I want to point out that the site plan review procedures are not a public hearing process. It is conducted in a public meeting, but it's not a public hearing. And so there were no notices sent for the site plan application. I think that might have created some confusion as well. So those were my responses, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you clarify for everyone what exactly we are allowed to do? What options we have as the Planning Commission in terms of sending back to the Board of Adjustments? Can you just reiterate those? I know they're in the packet and you stated them at the beginning, but can we just go over those one more time?
I'll attempt to answer that. So your land use code, which defines the procedures, sorry if that can't hear well. Your land use code defines applications and procedures for processing those applications. The site plan review process identified in your land use code identifies findings for approval that the Planning Commission considers. We've talked about those and we've put them in the packet. They've been on the presentation slides tonight. And the options for the Planning Commission in considering a site plan request include that you can approve an application, you can approve an application with conditions, and you can deny an application. Those are really the three options that the Planning Commission has. In considering conditions, your conditions are generally to further the intent or spirit of the regulations. And from a site plan perspective, you would want to look at elements that a site plan can address. So that's the guidance that I can offer you from your land use code provisions, and what the actions that the Planning Commission can take include. And those motion options are outlined in your staff report for reference too.
I've got one. Can you speak to the intent of the portion of the land use code that several members of the community tonight addressed regarding pollutants, vapors, chemicals, whatever it is, having to be dust, having to be maintained on site? The reason I ask this is straight from the packet. In reviewing a site plan application, the Planning Commission considers the findings of approval, section 2.12.3. The site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the intent stated in this land use code. I would really appreciate you speaking to the intent of that line, because obviously it's not feasible that every business, that every home maintains their own dust and their own emissions. So why is this different? What is the intent behind that line in the land use code? Why do we need to be focusing on that right now?
I think it's a great question, and I think it's great that the topic was brought up by members of the public as well. In my experience in planning, you typically design sites to mitigate adverse impacts as best you can. It was been brought up that it might be impossible to mitigate every single emission from every single source in town, and how that standard might be applied townwide consistently and fairly. Intent can be interpreted. In large part, that can be the role of the planning commission in considering a site application. But the intent from staff's perspective would be to provide controls and mechanisms and mitigation measures to address the concerns that if an operation involved heavy smoke and it's unmitigated, that would obviously not meet the intent of that language in the land use code. If an operation generates smoke or vapors and the majority of it is mitigated except for worst case days, I think that arguably would meet the intent. I recognize that a lot of what's being looked at is pretty black and white. And an application for site and real world activities, it's not always practical to eliminate 100% of the mitigating or the circumstances which might need mitigation. If the standard is all or nothing, I'm not sure how we apply that to all of our land use applications everywhere in town. So my position would be that the intent would be to mitigate all that can be mitigated through site plan controls.
Okay. I thought that word was important. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Yes, sir, Bert.
Someone brought this up and, train track runs right beside this place. Asphalt sitting in a tank waiting to go into the system. What happens if the train leaves the track, hits something? I'm just curious. I mean, what's the potential issues there and how can it be solved? Well, the train hits a tank.
I was out to the site today. I drove by it, take a look, and there was an embankment, as they pointed out, and to keep the grade consistent for the railroad tracks, they've actually, so there's an embankment that goes like this, and they've cut down and made the railroad grade. So I don't know how wide that embankment is, and I don't know if that would stop a train. If it
That's
was
my
derailed.
question. I don't know. But
I don't.
And
I don't know.
Is the train carrying nitroglycerin or something else? Because
Well,
I don't know
I mean,
I don't know how to
really,
answer the
But
question.
what if it hits the tank that's holding the asphalt? I mean, that's explosive, I'm sure.
I don't.
It's not? Okay,
I
okay.
I don't
Thank
have
you.
I don't have the answer to that, but it sounded like maybe someone else.
That's kind of
could
the
speak
question
to
I
it.
asked then.
Could-
Go ahead, that'd be good.
So I addressed it in the placarding of the transportation of the.
Yeah,
fuel.
I remember that, but
It's
it
just
still
hot.
still did sound like it could be.
It is
explosive.
not explosive. It is not flammable. It is not designated as that. I mean, again, it's heated to, it's at a temperature of 250 degrees. The
Right.
flash point's very high and it is not explosive, or else it would be placarded that way in transportation.
In the silos are just holding that material.
Correct.
So it's the same material that's in the truck,
Absolutely correct.
same temperature.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, the process is very simpler. It's mixing two raw materials together. And they both come to the site. Hot asphalt, cement, aggregate. That's your question, Fran?
I have a question while you're still standing up there. This is based off a comment from, I didn't write down the name, but it did, I wanted clarification. So the asphalt is not heated on site, correct?
No, it comes in hot and it's stored in tanks that are insulated.
Okay, and the point by the commenter had been that when the asphalt is heated, it releases chemicals. That whole list, right? Whatever was read off. Are the chemicals released during the heating process only? I know it's a weird question.
I think the comment was that it's more volatile at a higher temperature than it would be at room temperature. I would say that's right, but it's kept at a temperature where it's not volatile. It would have to get to a much higher temperature in order to release those chemicals.
Okay, that is exactly what I wanted to
Okay.
know. Thank you.
Mr. Whitehouse, go ahead.
I had a question. This would be following up on, I think, what Commissioner Moyer said. There were a couple suggestions this would be somehow sent back to the Board of Adjustments. Can you, about doing a redo on the setbacks? Could you explain what the process is? Because I think the Board of Adjustments has ruled, and I don't know if there's any redo on this. Can you clarify that? Because that was asked a couple times. Yeah, well, but I didn't think that was answered earlier, so I was,
So the question is, what is the process for going back to the Board of Adjustments?
No, so several people during public comment mentioned we had the ability to send this back to the Board of Adjustments. And so I just wanted everyone to have clarification from you that that was not one of the three options that you mentioned.
I think I follow your train
Feasibility,
of thought.
I think is maybe more
I-
the question of the feasibility, or is that right?
I think the question, here's the question is, so they don't like the determination of the Board of Adjustments. The legal process then is that you appeal it in a court of law. It's not appealed to us. It's not appealed to the Board of Trustees. Correct. What they're proposing is that we have the ability to say the Board of Adjustments got it wrong with the setbacks. Therefore, this needs to be returned back to the Board of Adjustments. And the question is that true or false?
And it's an interesting question. I'm not sure it's a true or false answer, but I don't think that this planning commission has the ability to say that the Board of Adjustments did things right or wrong. That's their purview and only their purview. And if a decision by the Board of Adjustments wants to be looked at as correct or incorrect, that is appealed to district court, not this planning commission.
Just
So therefore you're saying,
maybe for clarification, one of the conditions that the Board of Approvals put forth was that if we deny the site plan tonight, all of their other conditions are null and void, because one of the conditions for their set of conditions was that it approves tonight. Maybe
Well, I think the condition was that it required review by the planning commission. A review and approval of site plans
Review and
by the
approval.
planning commission. I don't think it had a date
So a
tied to it.
denial here essentially null and voids all of the other Board of Adjustment approvals or
I don't know that
conditions.
that would be true.
Okay, maybe that's the question.
Because the question could become, does the planning commission deny an application on one date, but approve an application at a later date? I don't think that they I think
when a variance is granted, is it typical for one of the conditions to be that the site plan is approved? I mean, nobody approves the site plans but us, so.
Right.
It seems like an odd condition, so is it in there purposefully?
Some history, is it okay if I speak to this since I was on that board? When this first came before the Board of Adjustments, it was disclosed that there were plans to bring a site plan to the planning commission, and there was discussion on the board about why not go there first, right? So there was conversation about what's the right order? Is the right order Board of Adjustments then Planning Commission? Is the right order Planning Commission then Board of Adjustments? And there was not a clear demarcation to say that there was a right order. And so we were presented with the information and the board, and I am not the board, I am a member or was a member, right? And the board made a decision, came to a decision on it. But because it had not come to the planning commission, that's why that condition was put in there, because we knew that it needed to go to the planning commission. But we took it very seriously. We had our conversations. We talked to the applicant. We made a decision.
And thank you, Mr. Carmen. The other piece of that I'll throw in there was staff recommended that condition to the Board of Adjustments because there was concern that if that approval was given, that we didn't want the site to just then begin operation. That we knew that there were additional steps that needed to take place for approvals. And so we alluded to those in the recommendations and encouraged the Board of Adjustments to consider that there's other actions that still have to take place with other reviewing agencies and authorities. And one board doesn't circumvent the power of the other. So it was an acknowledgement that there's still other things that have to happen before that site can operate.
So I think I asked this question of you at some point that the Board of Adjustments has ruled, and there's a time period for appealing that ruling, correct?
That's correct.
And that time period has passed, correct?
That's correct.
So I don't know what, that's done, right?
From town staff is that decision has been made and the appeal period has passed.
But the appeal would be from the applicant, not from anyone else, though, right?
From the Board of Adjustments, any aggrieved party that feels the need, they can go to district court for, it's not an appeal process by the town. It's if someone challenges a decision by the Board of Adjustments, the only venue in which that can be considered is district court.
Can I make a comment now?
Really so.
I have to be argumentative with you on the remediation plan, because I'm the one that brought it up at the March 6th. And for a point of clarification, remediation plans, in my experience of over 30 years, also exist for potential future contamination of a site in the event that the person or the property owner picks up and leaves, takes their stack and goes home, in this case. Initially, when I wrote my notes, I was going to reiterate that I would like to see a remediation plan as a condition of approval. Based on everything that I've heard tonight, I'm not even sure what that would look like. So, but if this site plan were to be approved, I know you don't plan to leave.
Since we do gravel extraction, we do have reclamation plans. What is held on us is a financial guarantee by the state of Colorado and the Division of Reclamation. The only thing I could think of, since we haven't introduced anything, would be to have a reclamation bond that you would hold from us in perpetuity, basically. It says we wouldn't contaminate. All the permits that we have through our SPCC and those, if we generate it, we own it forever anyway. But as a condition, a possibility would be to put a financial guarantee or a bond in place that we'd hold while we own the property, and have the town would be the obligee of that if something were to happen. That's the only thing that I know of could be thought of
Okay,
there.
well, I've never had to deal with an asphalt plant in this sense, but other different types of manufacturing businesses and such. And so I appreciate you offering that up. And if the site plan is approved, I like to think positive that you would be a good steward of the land that you're occupying. I guess that's, I mean, I just struggle with that one just a little bit. And a point of context, and I think I said this to you before, it isn't you. It's the other properties that I see in this town that are currently vacant because they have issues. They can't just pop a building up on them. They have a bunch of stuff that has to happen because of prior owners, right? And so I'm trying to be a little future thinking on those types of things. I just have a couple more things and then I'm going to stop talking, I promise. First and foremost, I wanted to thank Connell, the experts, Larimer County in particular, for taking the time out to come and help us understand things, town staff, and most importantly, community members choosing to be involved. I know it's a hot button issue. The last time I saw this place this full was when there was a book banning hearing for the Board of Trustees. I think it's important, and please don't take what I'm saying out of context. It's important to be informed as a resident. 2 years ago, I would have had no idea what was going on in this town. It is the responsibility of the town to inform you based on certain laws, guidelines, and everything else. But ultimately, we're all adults in the room, and it's important that we keep ourselves informed. We care about our community, not just when it's an asphalt plant, but when it's everything and anything. And I thank you all for being here, and I hope that you'll continue to choose to be involved in other aspects of the town as well. I hope that we can resolve this in a way that doesn't force more legal action, because suing the Board of Adjustments or suing us or suing whoever is really suing ourselves, because the town has to take that burden. And that has been a rallying cry of why I got involved in this town in the first place, was to try to make sure we're always doing things right here. And I would just ask that moving forward, no matter what happens tonight, that y'all will please, please show respect to one another's, even with differing views, and to us. I know that everyone doesn't see this eye to eye and on the same level, but we're all Wellington residents. We all care about this community, business owners, landowners, and all of you. And it is disheartening to see the level of disrespect that has happened tonight. And I just think that Wellington is better than that. And we are all trying to make the best decision. We are just like you. We are not paid. We are volunteers. We are given a set of guidelines. We have read 1,500 pages over the course of 4 days to be well-informed, to make the best decisions in the right way. And that's all I have to say.
I have one last question. On the road, when going to Owl Canyon, it says you're gonna put a right turn lane in there. Is there gonna be an acceleration lane heading towards the interstate?
That's a yes for everybody not seeing John nod his head.
Yes.
John. If you've got more to elaborate, John, you can.
Yes, there'll be a right-hand turn lane and it'll be an acceleration lane going eastbound. And that'll be when the new County Road 7 gets aligned correctly. So, and we are the contractor doing that work, so.
And just one final question, or not, most of a comment that, I mean, so we have a town road, a county road, and a state highway. And that's all overlapping. And in each case, these different entities have weighed in regarding, is the on-ramp long enough to accelerate a truck to whatever the speed limit is? So they look at all this stuff. Is it long enough to slow the vehicle down? So those are all standards applied by either the state, CDOT, or Larimer County, or the town. So there's multiple entities they have to work through, and they're not just pulling it out of thin air.
All right. Any more comments? Any more questions?
I guess I just want to make a comment. I haven't said much tonight, absorbing it all in. It was a lot of reading to do. And this is probably one of the hardest decisions I think I've encountered with our town. And just saying that I am a Wellington native and have farmed land that encompasses that as well, and have heard every side of this story. And, I'm going to go with Lisa too, that this is so difficult, and figuring out, where we land on this. Listening to, I appreciate the experts, everybody who has come in, and our residents that have shared with us. So just know that this is nothing any of us have taken lightly.
Well said. Thank you, Linda. All right, guys, we gotta get to a vote. As long as everybody's done and said their piece. As Cody mentioned, we've got a couple options on as far as voting approvals and denying, and approval with conditions. Is anybody ready to make a motion on one of the three options?
I make a motion that we approve the site plans for Connell Resources, subject to conditions identified in the staff report, which is in paragraph 15 on page 20 of the board packet.
I have a second.
I will second that.
That's motion's been seconded.
But can
it's
we
the roll
amend
call.
the motion?
Cody, procedural advice, please.
So you have a motion on the table and it's been seconded. It allows discussion. You cannot amend the motion through the discussion. It would require a motion to amend the motion.
Procedure's fun, huh?
Oh, no. It's a very technical reason why I'm asking.
So
We
you're-
can
So-
open for discussion. Okay.
The
Lisa, go ahead.
proposed conditions of approval, the Board of Adjustments put forth several requirements and one suggestion. And so are you reading where my brain is going here?
Are you talking about the non-pot water, that one?
Yes, that we make sure that we include in there that suggestion that wasn't a it wasn't a condition. Because water is a hot topic around here.
I can speak to that a little bit. One of the reasons why the non-pot water was identified as a recommendation instead of a condition was because the Board of Adjustments, and Mr. Carmen, correct me if you remember differently, but part of the challenge was trying to identify a tap size or how much water. And those questions haven't yet been answered because we've been working on these other different types of applications. And so the amount of water needed for a site is usually tied to the water demand analysis provided by the applicant for their operational plan. And so we don't yet have those answers. And so the conditioning it on a all or nothing deal was difficult to identify. And so the recommendation became, or the recommendation was guidance that we encourage the use of non-pot for your outdoor irrigation and other things, but not trying to define a specific amount that could be used on the site.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's the point being, like, in all the documents and my understanding of what I read was that potable water from the town of Wellington, which then would also use the wastewater part, would only be for the administration building. All outdoor use, operational use, there won't be any truck washing. All of that is water trucked in, and that was the gist of what I was trying to get at. Was that to make sure that that was part of the approval. Does that make sense?
I think I follow, in looking at your typical site plan review criteria, conditioning whether water is allowed to be used on site or not is not one of your typical criteria. Is another way of looking at it to require that, I think from an operational standpoint, the dust mitigation processed water, I think makes a lot of sense. Irrigation water, you have a standard for your landscape design and irrigation standards that could be adhered to for using native plants and species and drip irrigation instead of spray irrigation and some things like that. That would be more typical of your site plan review conditions of criteria, as opposed to you can only use water or not. Just, I'm trying to tie it back to something that has a measurable standard.
I understand, but this entire packet consistently says that that's how the uses are going to be. And that there won't be, I know this is a harpy thing, but that there won't be any truck washing on site, right? Because we didn't address any of that if there was going to be. So I just want to make sure that those commitments are binding on an approval. You have to ask him at this point.
I'll defer to the chairman if you want to allow comment to come back up and address that question. My point was trying to just tie it back to measurable standards that we have a precedent for, but I think I would defer to the applicant if that's something they're willing to agree to as a binding condition.
So with that,
Yep. No, I was gonna say, if we're gonna elaborate on that further, I think it's prudent that Mr. Warren come up and explain.
Based off of the Board of Adjustments, that has been our plan 100% of the time, that we'd only use Wellington water for potable uses, being offices, bathrooms, those type of things. All irrigation, all processed water would not be used a potable source. We'll bring that in. That's absolutely our understanding and what we planned on the whole way through.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warren.
thank you. So question, does that mean, do we need to state that explicitly, or do we need to amend the motion is what I'm asking?
Because that was just a suggestion by the Board of Adjustments. If we create a condition in our motion tonight, that checks the box to make it binding.
I think if the planning commission wanted to require that as a condition of approval, you could amend the motion to state that. I understand what the applicant is saying, and I think that's okay for you to do that. It wouldn't be staff's first recommendation based on the unknown amounts and availability of water, but that's certainly something you can condition.
That the use of non-potable water complies with the original recommendations from the Board of Adjustments, something along those lines. As far as the condition verbiage.
Yeah, if you want to condition the approval upon using non-potable water for outdoor purposes and process purposes, I think that's a condition you can impose. It wasn't staff's recommendation initially. That's kind of what I'm trying to highlight and trying to tie it back to standards that we have documented and enforceable under our normal processes instead of a one-off unique circumstance. But I think it's certainly a condition that you can impose as part of an approval.
What's the procedure to amend? Does it go back to the original motion?
The question I have would be, would that be the will of this board to add that? We're having a discussion. I don't think we've come to a conclusion about whether we believe that's so. It's unclear what the way forward is currently.
So when you said, Cody, that wasn't staff's recommendation because of norms. So are we saying that we're adding another level of policing something in the future? That we wouldn't be policing the same thing for another business, because is that what I'm hearing from you?
That's part of it, and trying to tie things back to our typical standards or standards that are predictable and known to anyone going through an application process. It does get challenging to track those requirements over time, and enforcement procedures aren't clear, whereas we do have clear enforcement procedures in our land use code, municipal code. We don't have clear procedures for how to enforce that for one-off different types of arrangements that are made development by development.
But a recommendation isn't enforceable.
Correct.
I think I would be comfortable with the motion as not imposing a particular one-off condition on one particular user. That I think that gets confusing. So that is my belief, but I'm only one person, so.
I can still stand behind that second, because I wouldn't want to add that onto it.
I recognize that it isn't enforceable,
Agree.
but in a community that has, and I don't know when you'll be up and running, but in a community that has a burden of $80 million in infrastructure directly tied to water and wastewater, where our newer neighborhood developments are required to have non-potable for irrigation. We require that of our residents, where it would be cost prohibitive for you to use potable water all over that site. I just think you should know that. I happen to sit on the water sewer rate board too. It will hurt you.
I think that's a self-policing mechanism right there.
Right.
Cost prohibition. Yeah.
I'm trying to just make sure that we're being responsible with a finite resource that don't muck it up, is what I'm trying to say.
So
Don't make mud.
post discussion, original motion and second are still active then. So is it roll call?
You're still in the discussion phase if that's the will of the commission. If there's no more discussion, then we can move on to the roll call vote.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on the amendment, potential amendment?
Can we hear the motion again, please?
Can we?
You can, I can restate, at least as I heard it. I heard that the motion was to approve the site plan subject to the recommendations of the staff report outlined on page 15. 20, I'm sorry. Thank you. Page 20, paragraph 15.
That was motion by Commissioner Whitehouse, seconded by Commissioner Knack. Okay, Patty, roll call.
Commissioner Carmen,
Yes.
Whitehouse,
Yes.
McCaffrey,
Yes.
Moyer,
No.
Cholet,
Yes.
Knack,
Yes.
Sarter,
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Cody, give me a second to get back to the agenda.
Yep.
Do you have the agenda printed? Yes, sir. Awesome, thank you. Okay, after that, do you want to give everybody a minute to clear out?
Yeah.
Mr. Byrd, you want to give everybody a minute to clear out?
It'd be hard to conduct business if we
I
don't.
think so. Okay, thanks, Tim. Oh, you're welcome. Wait for people to file out. I don't think so. I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
I was that close to voting no.
Vote your heart, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, guys, we're not done. There's still more. Okay, just so you know, I know. Give this a minute to clear out. Cody, do you have any announcements?
I was gonna make one about the minutes, but it's not.
It's not pertinent. Okay, no announcements? All right. Adjourned.
May not be.
Yeah. Clicks.